Hello! I'm almost here. I'm almost here. Don't worry about it. I'm definitely not going to be late. Maybe a little. Maybe a little. There we go. Oh. I'm here. I'm here. I'm not late. Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm flying. I'm flying. I apologize. Just let me stop flying for a moment. You know, sometimes, you know, you feel so lightheaded. You just start floating away. Maybe I had some more teasers. Oh my gosh, she's a witch burner. I mean, I'm the Cupcake Conjuror. Yeet. What? Hello, Silas Keon. Oh, yeah, how you been doing? And hello, Sparky. How are you doing? Just staring at my minis myself. You're just staring at your minis. You're staring at your minis. I was building a Contemptor Dreadnought. All I've done is for legs. Oh my goodness. The Contemptor Dreadnought is such a good model. Also, I was looking at the Cataphractii Terminators. I've had them for ages because I bought the Age of Darkness set ages and ages ago. And I built all of the tactical marines from it. If you can hear some weird scratching noises, that's just me brushing my hair. Oh gosh. You're being well. Yeah. But what are we doing? Oh yeah, I'm at 5,000 subscribers. Look at that. Look at that. Thanks for 5,000. Yeah. And the minis are staring at you menacingly. Only if you give them eyes. Oh gosh. But yeah. So I built all the tactical marines from it, but I hadn't built the character. Oh, and I built 2 Contemptor Dreadnoughts from it, but well, technically I got the 2 Contemptor Dreadnoughts separately. Trying to buy yourself a Contemptor for your Blood Angels army. Ooh, yeah, Contemptors are good. If you're buying it for 40k and you want it to be just purely shooty, I did for maths, and for Folkites are literally the best weapon. It's one of those things where it's hard to do, you know, when you look at the stats, it's like, yeah, it's got devastating wounds, but it gets like, it doesn't feel that good. And then you actually calculate it, and it kills as much infantry as like the autocannons or heavy bolters, and it damages tanks as well as last cannons do. Maybe a little bit worse than Evil 1, but it's basically the best all-rounder. I can't remember the exact maths, but I do remember it being better. So you don't have 102 cataphracti. No, no, no. I've only got 10 cataphracti. So... In fact, but they are part of 102 Terminators we're planning to build. But yeah, I only actually looked at the sprue for them properly for the first time last night. And I realised that it doesn't have any autocannons. I thought it had autocannons on it, but instead it just comes with the heavy flamers. And I thought it would have, you know, the cool Volkite pistols and stuff, but it doesn't. If you want that sort of stuff, you have to buy a resin upgrade sprue. Like, I'm not doing that. So I'm thinking about, I don't know which one to build them as. Like, we could build them as normal Terminators, as Lightning Claw Assault Terminators. Or we could do half and half, so 5 of one, 5 of the other. I'm thinking about just making them all Assault Terminators though, because I got 2 Spartan tanks and I'm going to build one of them tomorrow. I know it's not a Terminator, but it is for optimal Terminator transport. Yee. I'm playing by myself. Oh no, you're planning to buy that yet. Right, I just took off my glasses. Oh gosh, my contemptor. Mostly rocking a melter. Oh, melters are fun. I wish melters were better in 40k. Because melters are pretty amazing if they get the wounds in, but they struggle getting the wounds in. But since we've moved armor values, melters have gone up in strength slightly. But they're wounding on like 5s and stuff. They do a lot of damage if they get through, but between the short range and stuff. Multi-melters aren't too bad because the 2 attacks just make up for the lack of stuff that they otherwise do. But it's like, oh. The claw is great on the contemptor, but I'm not building mine with a claw. I've got 3 contemptors and both are shooty. One is double last cannon, one is double auto cannon because I love auto cannons. And then one is double Volkite because that just seems the most optimal weapon. She's become Goober, creator of cupcakes. Yeah! Oh gosh, let me get my glasses cleaned. My glasses are really fogged up and stuff. Will you buy and add certain? Oh yeah, we built 6 Certinine Terminate, 7 actually, ages ago. One of them I've put on a large base to use as a dreadnought. And that's like the Saturnine captain. And I gave him a little auto. I technically have not actually glued anything to him yet in terms of like the auto cannon on his shoulder. Not an auto cannon, assault cannon. And for other 6, we didn't put the shoulder pads on them, and I'm using them as Centurion Devastators with Graviton weapons. With Graviton blasters, yeah! So, oh, yeah, I forgot I need to get my gloves out. Almost didn't go with the gloves then. We can't have nicky handies. We can't have nicky fingies. Oh. But yeah, oh, I love the Saturnine Terminators though. The Saturnine Terminators are so fun to put together. Like, it takes forever to build just a single one of them because of how complex they are. But that complexity allows so much more freedom of movement of how you put them together. And that's just beautiful. It's one of the things I like about the Horus Heresy, at least the modern Horus Heresy models. The Cataphracti Terminators aren't the same, for the Cataphracti are still very simplistic, but I think the Cataphracti first came out, potentially, back when 40k and Horus Heresy hadn't been properly separated yet. Yeah, 2014, so that was before like Horus Heresy became its fully own thing, or maybe it was only starting to, and most people still just used them in 40k armies. I find it really funny that a few Saturnine minis can be considered an army in 3.0, like good god. It should do though. The thing is one of the things I don't like about Horus Heresy compared to 40k is Space Marines in Horus Heresy feel really weak. Especially things like Terminators. Like, it always just feels really weird just throwing a whole load of Terminators at an enemy. Like, they don't feel elite enough. In 40k, because you have so many wounds on all of your models, or Space Marines, they actually do feel kind of elite and tough and stuff. But I find in 30k, your average Space Marine feels a bit too fragile. It's a bit like old 40k rules. Hello, Mercury! But yeah, Saturnines definitely should just be an army of themselves. Like, even the lore of them has just like a single Saturnine just tearing through Space Marines and tanks and stuff. Yee. Oh gosh. Let me get my Terminator captain on like one of my Saturnines. But we'll go to the Handcam. We'll go to the Handcam. See, here's the legs are built for my Contemptor. That's also one of the things I like about Contemptors. You can modify the posing of them quite massively. Really fun. Explode you with my mind. No! Don't do that. I was a hi Mercury, hi Anthony, hi Talan. How are you all doing? Big love hearts to you all. Yee. And also, I got a bunch of bases. I got a bunch of 40mm bases for the models we're building. I've got one of the sprues. We might actually get through them all really quickly because this is a really simplistic sprue for them. Yeah, like there's not many parts per model. Like this builds 5 models. Compare that to the 40k Terminators who are building and it's 3 sprues of 5 models. And you're using almost the entire sprues effectively. And considering it's got heavy weapons, lightning claws, power fist, chain fists. It's like, look, and it's like each of the fists is just one piece. They definitely needed an update. Although I do love the new Cataphracti sculpt. It's really beautiful sculpt for new ones. But they don't feel chubby enough. Like Cataphracti Terminator should feel really big and chubby, like wide. They should have that width and girth of them. And like where it looks like the person's gonna struggle moving around in them. A bit like the Saturnines do, but not quite the same level. Oh, starting another project instead of finishing them. No, I am finishing them. I'll finish this project after the stream. Or if we've got time, I'll finish it on stream. Yes, but with how massive the Horus Heresy was, it'd make sense why they're weak. It'd be a slog to even kill wounds and 2 Marines. Especially with them being in abundance. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's one of the things. Also, I guess one of the things about the Space Marines of the Horus Heresy, despite everything, the armor of the Horus Heresy absolutely sucks compared to Mark 10 armor. There's some exceptions where they know it's a bit tougher or whatever, but you can definitely see that despite how the Imperium as a whole seems to have not advanced in for 10,000 years and has maybe even declined, I feel like Space Marine armor improved over that time. And it's in part because it's like the power armor that was being used at most of the Horus Heresy was being rushed out. And I can imagine it had loads of flaws in it. And you had Space Marines like just going straight from being recruited into power armor and thrown into the melee without much training and stuff. Which you don't really hear about in Space Marines in 40k who are all ancient. Or most of them are ancient. Like Horus Heresy, your Space Marines are like 16-year-old. 40k, it's like, I'm a young Space Marine. I'm only 120. She's gonna do one thick coat. No! Training is for cowards. It is. But I'm very cowardly. No, just let me get my Saturnine. Oh, give me a moment. I'm here. I'm here. I'm alive. There we go. Yeah, what I like about the Saturnines is how comfortable and posable they are. Like, look at this guy tearing apart the Space Marine Terminator. I'm thinking of using him as a... Unless we get for Horus Heresy with Saturnine rules of 40k, I'm thinking about just using him as a Venerable Dreadnought. So, like, he's crushing that Terminator. Tearing them to pieces. He's so cool. He's so... Look at that little rosary hanging there. Yeah. Oh, it's so cool. Look at that. It's... I don't know. The Saturnines are just so amazing with opposability. It's like this one is just kneeling down, reading a book. Oh yeah, I've given them the missiles from the Desolator squad, so that... Because he's meant to be a Centurion. I use them as Centurions with Graviton Blasters. So sad Conjurer never came back with a milk. No, I did. I did. Hi, Goku War Dog. How you doing? When she leaves, she stares into your soul, a truly terrifying entity. I'm not gonna lie, I was going to consider a Saturnine plate over my Blood Angels, but then saw the shop who sold recasts of them had sold out. Ooh. Why does he have a turret on his shoulder? Oh, because I want to use him as a Dreadnought.
Get back to work.
And for Dreadnought, I can have an assault cannon, so that's representing his assault cannon. Yeah. I might be able to like find a different weapon for him, like a last cannon or something on his shoulder. And then you can see like this guy, he's got a Gene Stealer head in his hand. He's like walking forward with his arms out, and it's like it's so cool how you can position them. Reading, he's a Templar. We know reading is beyond their ability. Look, can you guys read his book? Can you read his book? Bet you can't, because you can't read. Ha! Templar one-upped you. Oh, but I did mess up this guy's foot. Like, he was meant to be walking forward all cool, like, and instead it just looks like, you know, some derpy cartoon walk. Oh, yeah. Yeah, these two guys are meant to be, like, sergeants of the squad. That's why they're so heavily decorated. And look, we got missiles on the back. Because the Centurions have missiles. I didn't comment much because I had a cold. Oh, I hope you're feeling better now, Mercury. I've had a cold recently. Now something going on. And hello, Erland. How you doing? No, I can't read. Yeet. See, take that for Facebook says that it's bad. I'm just gonna have like... I'll try writing like No Mercy on the book. But we've got all of our base. I love doing this with bases when you got lots of them. Just making a tube. Making a tube. And then you drop it and it goes blah. But we want 5 of them. And hello, Fuwan. How are you doing? Crunchy. Crunchy bases. Tastes like plastic. Rigged. I won 125. Thank you. Thanks for that. You take care too and have some rest. You have some rest. Okay, so I'm thinking, I really like these lightning claws. I'm thinking about just giving everybody in here lightning claws. I think that would be cool. Maybe. I mean, otherwise, we could have like a squad of 10 with 2 heavy flamers. And I mean, the heavy flamer kind of sucks at the moment compared to the missile launcher and even the assault cannon. And I mean, there's no point building them as relic terminators since they have an ability that Black Templar can't use at the moment. What else would we want to build from Ass? Yeah, we could give him like chain fists, heavy flamers. We won't give him the power sword because at the moment the power sword just absolutely sucks. Or we could build him as like a squad of 5 normal Terminators and a squad of 5 Lightning Claw Terminators. Have you heard of Miniscapes? Lovely chap, smooth voice, great old Hammer content, would recommend. Or I've not heard of Miniscapes, but I'll try to bear that in mind. So what are we doing? Yeah, I'm thinking. Just pure lightning claw. I do like these pointers. They got little pointers on them. Just let's make sure I've not stolen for lightning claws or something else on any of these. Because I can imagine I would have stolen these lightning claws for another model project. No, it doesn't look like I have. Okay, there we go. I need to find the glaive spears and Nagitana bits for my space mean. Ooh. Custodies! Or you could go to Sigma models. Astahef. Hello, I join. I see the amount of options of a sprue get overstimulated and become deceased. You know, that's fair. That's fair. You know what I'm thinking? It doesn't look like any of these arms have to go in a particular body. So we'll just build some legs, some bodies, put those together and get the arms on them. Yeah, that sounds good. So let's look. This is piece 24, which goes to piece 25 and 26. Let's just snap this. Here we go. Yeah, these guys are going to be on a Spartan assault tank. So I imagine lightning claws would be a good option for them. Just drops them off, charges out. Lightning claws everything. With 5 attacks each. Rerolling to wound. Pretty good.
Well, I said yesterday that if the weather held up I would do some spraying. It's safe to say, it didn't hold. It stuck weather outside.
It's duck weather. Oh, I really love duck. Yeah, unfortunately these Cataphracti Terminators, as much as I love them, you can definitely see that they're made in 2014. That they're a bit old. So I am kind of looking forward to the new Horus Heresy Terminators. Cataphracti Terminators. But at the same time, I'm a bit sad about how lanky they look. Maybe once I get the model, sometimes models do grow on me. It's like I look at what the initial, you know, pictures of them. I'm like, oh, they look a bit meh. If I did get them and I'm like, okay, no, never mind, they've really grown on me. Like the Mega Knobs. I was a bit disappointed by how small they were, but by the time I finished making them, they'd really just grown on me. I was like, you know what, actually I love these models. I do wish we got an update, but basically just the same sprue scaled up. With maybe a bit more detail. Lightning Claw Terminators are basically armoured Wolverines. Yeah. I'd much prefer these claws over the claws of, you know, the... like, these are the claws you generally see with Chaos rather than with Loyalists, but I do prefer them over the Knuckle Duster style claws that the other Indomitus Terminator pattern has. Yeah, all of the bodies are the exact same. Okay, actually, this guy's going to be the sergeant, so let's give him the coolest chest plate. There's a few chest plate options, but only 6. The backs are the exact same. Oh, there's a couple of unhelmeted options. Not that I'm going to go with that. Although I just realised you can barely ever see the tops of their heads. Oh, that's cool actually. We'll make it harder to convert to like what heads you put in, but that's fine. Redneck Kratos, hello! How you doing? What chapter are you going for? Oh, I'm building these with a Black Templar because they're going to be used for 40k, not Horus Heresy. I mean, I might use them as in Horus Heresy, but they'll probably be... It would be thematic for the chapter. I'm going to paint them as Black Templars either way. Although I do believe a Black Templar colour scheme was already, and the symbols were already in use by some of the Ultramarines at the time of the Horus Heresy. Also, I've read up. And you can definitely see that the Maltese cross was in use. Like, if you look at the picture that I used of the thumbnail, it shows a Maltese cross on them. Now, there is a bit of freedom with how you position the body here. Yeah, just have him twisted around. Mega knobs feels weird. Yeah, they're not actually that small. Like, it's really funny. I've got some of the Space Marines and Battle of McCrag 4th edition Space Marines. Here we go. That's how big a 4th edition Space Marine is. Compare that to 10th edition. Mega knobs were made more when Space Marines was not that much larger than normal humans in model terms. Like, if you want, like, this isn't just like he's not normal size for a Space Marine and Guardsmen at the time were smaller than him. No, Guardsmen at the time were just as big, sometimes bigger than Space Marines. For instance, this is the same size model, or similar size model, and that's from the exact same set, and this guy's just meant to be a normal human. This guy's a Space Marine, and it's like, yeah. And when you compare Mega Knobs to Guardsmen, they definitely do feel larger. Oh no! Oh, my orcs in the attic. Never mind, I can't get them. I mean, they do feel like... But every time I compare my orcs to like my Guardsmen and stuff, I do definitely feel like the orcs are a good size. But it's as soon as you compare them to Space Marines where it just starts going, no, they're tiny. But I guess that's fine. Like, Space Marines are meant to be massive. So how do we want this guy? We could have him like this. Have him like this. Yeah. Stepping forward, leaning forward slightly. The glory days of the Red Butcher's Terminators terminates with 9th edition Khorne Berserkers fights twice ability, otherwise known as a blender. I wonder if we're going to get those proper Terminators for Khorne anytime. Because it is a bit disappointing how small the World Eater range is. Should be watching Hell's Reach again. Oh, I watched that once, I think. I have a bunch of Hormagaunts. Maybe I should buy some kind of Terminator box and Kickbash and Black Dragon target practice for my raids. Ooh, who's the Black Dragons? Yeah, leaning forward slightly, look like he's stepping forward. Now these Terminators do feel smaller. Like, they're more in scale with this type of Space Marine, I feel like. Like, oh my gosh, compare them to the Saturnine. Oh my gosh, they're such babies. He's a baba. He's a baba. Oh my gosh, yeah. These terminal. I mean, I can definitely see why they've decided to give them a range refresh of them. Cool successor chapters, possibly salamanders. Ooh, they're cool as bones. Are they the ones that have like the spikes coming out of them? Yeah, the spiky ones. Yeah, I love those dudes. Okay, there is a bit of room for, yeah, you can position the head so it looks like they're looking in certain directions. Let's use this file for that. There you go. And maybe we will give him some claws. Which ones do you think he wants? Go for this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait. I did steal one of these arms. I did steal one. Oh yeah. I can't remember what I even used it for. Oh no, I just wanted the lightning claw hand for something, like a cut for the rest of the armor. I know it's fine. We'll find a different hand. You're gonna go listen to Mirai and Domino, Tamarani, and Hot Stuff. Goodbye, Mercury. Thanks for coming in. I hope you enjoy your music. A small chapter that are mutated and grow organic horns and claws on their bodies. Yeah. Hello, Denizen of Misery. How you doing? I kind of dig most of the Salamander successors. Salamander successors are really cool. Like, you got that one Medusa faction. Are just like amazing. I found the spears I needed. Now I just need to print them. Need to print them. 3D printing. Oh my goodness. Who'd ever use 3D parts of their Space Marines? You should be using 2D parts. Like, come here. Come here, my friend. Oh my gosh, the arm feels so thick on his body. Hello. What? Give me your head. Give me your face. Oh my gosh, Bay's Optimus Prime in the Bay movies. Give me your face. He's like a super villain. I kind of love him for it. Oh! I want him doing that thing. I do it sliding. From The Simpsons, Mo. You give him one of these. Forever, forever young. Do 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 do. The issue is, I took the left arm and not the right arm, so I could easily replace a lost left arm with a power fist. I can't replace a lost right arm with a power fist. You know, it's fine. It's definitely fine. Need to figure out what model I actually used for Lightning Claw on now. I mean, I could give him a combi bolter to like help him stand out as a sergeant. That could actually be cool. Or I could give him like a different arm. Still think one of the coolest successors of the Mantis Warriors, Sons of the Great Khan, who use improved speed to pick apart their foes with harrying infantry attacks. Ooh. I don't want to paint Badabois minis. Or which one's the Badabois? I forgot. Dark Krakens. Oh yeah, I like the Dark Krakens. Our funny successor chapter because they're water instead of fire. And yeah, don't be right. And you got like Sons of Medusa or something like that, which are also very similar. Why not 1D parts? Because you lose 1D parts too easily. Aggressively hide 60 printed Necrons. I have few printed minis. I do have a couple, but not many. Mostly I just have 3D printed parts because I just like converting models. Let me go into my tub of spare parts though. My tub, my box. We can find a cool arm in here for him. No, no, no. It goes with the theme of my models though, because my idea is that my Black Templars found this massive cache of ancient, like Great Crusade era weapons that were left behind by the Imperial Fists, and they saw it as like a gift from the Emperor himself, and you know, decided to keep them. But to fix them up, they had to use some more questionable pieces. Hi! Warp Talon Arm! I mean, the Warp Talon Arm could fit pretty well here. Just have to carve away some of the spikes and lightning. The arm's not really thick enough though, I suppose. Wondering what was happening. It was coming off his body. We got an axe. Actually, what I could do is, if I look over here, we can see these half arms of the Cataphracti, which are meant to have the guns attached to them. In theory, what I can do is I can take one of my other weapons. I could even take those, like that Warp Talon Lightning Claw. And attach it. Where did it go? This thing. If I cut it off at the arm, I could reattach it here. That one time for Astral Claws refused to play tax. Oh yeah.
Astral Claws are the most American chapter. No taxation without representation. We won't say anything about the whole falling to chaos part.
I mean, that sounds pretty American to make. 6 sets of warriors are really expensive, lol. Yeah, I mean, they are quite expensive. There we go. I've only got 20 warriors. But my army for Necrons is just meant to be... What's it called? Canoptech cart. So I don't even want that many warriors. It feels weird. for a Canoptic army to have that many. No, darn it, I wanted to keep the wire. Never mind. What I'll do is... Where's my knife? My knife will help smooth things out here. And then I just go along here like that. I could give him an axe or a sword. But I kind of just want to keep going for Lightning Claw. Well, WYSIWYG it up, you know. Then, you know, that cool pattern on it could just be because it's a relic weapon. Then we attach it like this. That should work. How does that fit here? Now I need to just cut away this part a little bit more where the wire came off. Won't say anything. Then we... See, will that fit over? How does this arm look? You can't see the joint on that arm. So what I think is instead we'll remove the joint on this arm then, of the overlap part, so it can fit more smoothly on. And there we go.
How many Terminators have you completed, slave?
Have I completed? Don't say that word. No, that's a bad word. Say intern. Was it the Tiger Claws? I don't remember. My first army was Awakened Dynasty, 3x20 warriors, supported by a Reanimator and a Technomancer each. Now, if you print off all those warriors, isn't it that kind of difficult? Like, won't they break a lot? Because, in my experience, 3D printed models are extremely brittle. But yeah, that arm doesn't look too shabby. But hi, Dr. Smilex, how you doing? The Silvertide Comer? What is a bad word? No, but the S one. Believe. YouTube hates it. You have to say intern instead. But you don't have to. Forever young, I wanna be forever young. If YouTube pays it, why didn't I don't know. YouTube censor's been really weird. It's been blocking messages with nothing wrong in them and letting through messages where people are just swearing or saying slurs. It's like, no, stop it. YouTube, it's because they've switched to blooming AI for everything now. There we go. Yeah, we'll just say he's using a Relic Claw. We can use a bit of green stuff, liquid green stuff, to fill in that gap. He's a sergeant. He's using a cool Relic Claw. Little do they know it was a Chaos Relic. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, okay, this is fine. Was labeled 62, so I don't think it matters which ones we use. There we go. Do you call them servitors here or something? We just call them interns. They're interns. They're just free labour, you know? 0-hour contracts. Interns. Just a casual list, but yeah, once shattered 8 of them just by dropping them like half a foot to my desk accidentally. Yeah. I like the music. What's the name for background music? The link to the person, Joffrey, Harvey, is...
We call them in turns, we pay them in exposure.
Joff Harvey or something like that is the person who makes your background music. We don't need that many Terminators, right? We need more Terminators. So yeah, I'm building 102 Terminators. Off 102, this one will be the... What is it? I can't remember. We built 36 of them so far. So this will be the 37th. I think. That doesn't feel right though. But we also built 27 before then. So he'll actually be the 53rd. Let's think. I've got the 10 Lightning Claws. The 10 Thunder Hammers. Yeah, 36. That's how many we built so far. Is that even correct? Is that how those are meant to go together? I'm just joking, of course. We need Order Terminators. Yeah, we need Order Terminators. Destructions manual. 62, 63. Where's 6? Oh, there we go. 63 is here. I didn't realise that there were... Yeah, so this guy doesn't go here. It's this guy who goes there. Yeah, I thought something was wrong with those shoulders then. Honestly, I hate that I can't exactly use the blooming missile launchers of the Cataphracti because a seller of mine and some prints has them in all the models that have combi bolters. Can't you just remove the missile launchers? I mean, personally, I only really play 40k, so just adding some missile launchers to a Cataphracti is pretty fun. Hello, TA, how you doing? Okay, so what I want to then do is put this on the shoulder pad. How does it go on the shoulder pad? Does it go under and connect there? I wonder. Maybe I should use the destructions manual again. Just make sure I'm right. Okay, so it goes in this gap. Okay, that makes sense. I wanna be forever young. I was listening to music before the stream, and it's the way you just get sometimes a lyric in your head. I can't remember the song name. Yeah. Okay, how big is he next to the Saturnine? He's pretty tiny. How big is he next to a Primaris? Okay, did that spill everywhere? Yes, it did. Oh gosh. That's the trouble with plastic glue. Oh, couldn't properly see the glue then when I knocked that over. Oh gosh, it's stinging my eyes now. There's so much of it. They glue, precious glue.
Precious glue. Quickly slurp it up. Don't spill a drop.
Don't slurp the glue. Oh, I should have closed it up properly. I know what I'm like. Yeah, this is my thing I usually use to clean for brushes. Oh gosh. Oh, it stinks. I'm just gonna have to make sure my window's open fully.
Citadel are delicus. I wish I had more to eat.
Okay, I think that's all of it collected up there. Let me get some more tissue paper. There we go. Oh. Yeah, if you ever spill glue, make sure don't slurp it. Don't smell it either. Oh gosh, but thankfully we stopped any major damage there. So yeah, compared to him, let's compare him just to a Mark 6 dude. This is a Mark 6 dude, but I gave him a Primaris helmet just because I don't really like the BQ helmets. Okay, yeah, he does still feel like a proper sized Terminator next to him though. Because I mean, these guys are pretty tiny. Not as tiny as a Battle from a Crag the Space Marines. Can you believe Space Marines used to be that small? Like some people complain about Primaris, but no, we needed a scale up. We needed it. Glue sniffing gives you permanent brain damage. It does. That's why you should always be doing this in a well-ventilated room. And I was. But I didn't have my windows fully open, actually. You know what? I only had my windows partially open.
Drink the Nern.
And I'm just turning a fan on so that it will help circulate the air in the room. But yeah, if you spill glue like that, you want to immediately try cleaning it up, because otherwise it will evaporate into the air very quickly, and that's not good for your health. I should drink it up. Thankfully we are immune to brain damage. Can't damage what we don't have. Oh my goodness. Yeah, always use plastic glue, and super glue for that matter, in a well-ventilated area. Like, I mean, as far as I'm aware, the Tamiya glue is not like one of the strongest solvents. So you're not at the greatest risk with it, but still. Okay, so it censored what I just said. You should drink the new oil. Yeah, it does censor. That's it's weird. Like, often whenever anyone mentions drinking or eating on stream, it almost always censors the word. Like, the AI in charge of all that stuff now just really hates the idea that humans can drink and eat. It's just jealous. No, it's a language learning module, it's stupid. Why are they using them for literally everything? Nine roots. Who the hell will bring in plants some Cyrodiilk? Drink the Nern. Nern, like the roots. Nern roots! We love Nern roots. Oh, remember when you found in Fallout 4 for Nern roots? And we're like, oh my gosh, Skyrim is the future of Fallout 4. Petridge Farm remembers. And then Bethesda had to be like, no, it's just a fun Easter egg. And then everyone was upset about that. These intolerant entity these abominable intelligence envy our ability to consume biomatter for sustenance. It's true. It's true. With that being said, if they're fueled by like a bio generator, hello Empress Right Ball, how you doing? I just dropped that. Where'd it go? I heard it bounce. I was putting... his body just bounced away. His body just bounced away from me. It's under here, so there it is. Oh my gosh, my stuff keeps breaking. You hate blooming clankers. Those clankers. No, that's an insult to the beautiful clankers that were in the Clone Wars TV series. Roger, Roger. Roger, Roger, except for tactical droids. They're the worst. No one likes the tactical droids. Okay, now we can just steal 2 lightning claws. I wanna be forever young. Forever young. There we go. Can you hear the fan in the background? I just gotta keep it going until I can't smell the glue that strongly anymore. They killed my finest men, Hot Shock and Rocket Punch, 2 of my finest brothers. I will never forgive them. Weren't that the, oh, what did they call them? The special something droids. The Spec Ops droids. They were scary though. I like them just for how much like danger it kind of put everyone
Those
in
idiot
every time they
droids.
showed up.
Not like us, we're free thinkers. Roger, 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 Roger.
But they had some great lines. It was also a pretty fun episode when the droids appeared in the Rebels. It's only a very small role they had, but it was cool to see them again. The Spec Op droids though they were terrifying. You think, oh, it's just a bunch of droids, we can easily defeat them. The droids that start doing backflips. Okay, never mind. No one told us we were dealing with Spec Ops. I'm out. I do remember that droid had a retirement party in LEGO Star Wars. He did not finish the party. No! LEGO Star Wars is funny. Most of the LEGO games are funny. A lot of them are very rushed and massively broken, but they do have good humour. Especially for older LEGO games. They're absolutely insane just with how broken they can be. Because they're like rushed out. That's because they're often tie-in games. And tie-in games often end up having to be rushed because they want them to be released around the same time as, you know, for things coming out or not long after. But equally, they don't want to like have all the information of the thing that they're connected to available to the people who are meant to be making the game. Cupcake, fight me. No! I don't want to fight you. We're beautiful cupcakes. We don't fight one another. He just wants a hug. He wants to shake your hand. Are you going to shake his hand? Do you want to make a deal with a sinner like him? Oh, what's his name? Oh, I forgot his name. He played a president in Rick and Morty. The guy who, do you know, the Dio guy from Princess and the Frog. And Husk in Haspin Hotel. And he played for Arbiter as well in Halo. Absolutely love that guy. Great voice. Are you ready? Are you ready? Except for Batman, that's practically LEGO's adopted golden child. Yeah. Batman, LEGO Batman ended up doing way better than even the people at LEGO expected. Spawn 2, an absolutely goat. Spawn's fun, dude. I find Spawn kind of funny because most of the stuff where I like know him from is, you know, kid friendly. And as a suit, he's kind of like Spawn, but not very Spawny. Because he has to like be held back by the kid friendly stuff. I kind of like it when characters have that going on. Because then, like, the writers have to focus on the other aspects of the character. And I think sometimes that just makes the characters themselves a lot more interesting when that happens. Keith David. Yeah, Keith David. That's who it is. Yeah, love Keith David. It's got to be one of my favourite voice actors right now. I mean, obviously the guy who did all the voice... I forgot his name again. Bradley... Is it Bradley something over? Who does all the voices in Clone Wars? Is it Cooper, his surname? Something like that? I don't know. I'm trying to remember his name. I've just got... I think I'm definitely confusing it with someone else. No. Yeah, it's definitely not him. Oh, I forgot his name. But either way, he's great. And you sometimes see him in other roles as well. And it's just funny. It's honestly insane how Pete from Disney and Master from Fallout are practically the same person. Pete from Disney and Master from... I don't think I even know either of them, to be honest. Oh, do you mean Pete the giant dog dude who's like an enemy of Goofy? Although sometimes like a friend of Goofy as well, depending on the story. Hello, Tony. How you doing? Dean... Oh, is it Dean something? I'm trying to remember her voices. You know, I'm gonna have to Google it now. Clone Wars voice actor. Dean Bradley Baker, that's it. I knew he had a Bradley in his name somewhere and his last name ended in er. Yeah, the Master is a massive mutated blob of FEV in the first Fallout game. Oh, I've seen him! I never knew he was called the Master. Or if I did, I had forgotten. You're doing pretty good today, thank you. Yay! The first Fallout games are very weird. I kind of wanted to go with one of the power fists on one of them. Just because I like the idea of him pointing towards an enemy. Still obviously just be used as a lightning claw. I do like the bit of variation. WYSIWYG's not too important. Definitely not going to be too important when you're just equipping an item that the Terminator can't actually have. GW making a skit on their channel on people are protesting on the streets for more Ultramarines because we never have enough of them. It's true! We need more Ultramarines. I do love that skit. Oh darn it, I accidentally cut off the wrong arm. Said the surgeon. Calf News live on the scene. Yeah, I have been loving following that. Oh, that's it. On the... What's it called? Have you guys seen? If we go over to our favourite website, if I click this button. Oh, there's more of it. Another they've made another statement. What? Oh, you need... I would click that and find out, but I'll probably get copyrighted. Wait! There's new recruit. Year's Boxing Day. Oh, there's a new recruit for Boxing Day. And who's this? Arc, Avian Arc, that's so cool. I want both of them. Oh my goodness. If we receive some Warhammer vouchers over Christmas, a perfect gift to get for a Warhammer fan. You'll have a chance to order these online from 10th of January. Oh, I want this dude. The Groot's cool, but the Avian Knight's just such... I want to turn him into Inquisitor. Not really a new model, apparently. Oh, so it's just a returning model. Well, still, I love the Avian Knight. And hello, Inky. How you doing? Oh, so there's a thing to vote for Model of the Year. But what? Oh, Titus arrives an Ultramorph. Oh, so it's like a story. Oh, there's a cool story in the website. Nice. For the first day. You know, I kinda wanna know what's going on with this. Okay. I don't think it will actually show you. What's the new thing? Hacker formations. Every release will be an Ultramarines release. You gotta go now. Bye bye, Dr. Smilex. I honestly want the Spirits Seer model they released a few months ago. Oh yeah! You have to have a Warhammer Plus account to just buy it on eBay from someone who has a Warhammer Plus account. I really want that model too. It's such a cool model. I want to use the Destroyed Wraith as a base for another model. And then for Spirit Seer as just a Spirit Seer on its own base. I really wish what they'll do is release twin-linked Power Fist Terminators. Oh, he's doing the pose from, do you know, the Spider-Man meme. It's you! It's you! It's you! 3 Spider-Men pointing at one another. Oh. Ain't complaining, I like Croots. Croots are cool. I do like them. I've always wanted a Kroot army, and I really hope that the Kroot get a great not great to Norlock back in plastic. Because Kroot, like, if they're not going to get their own codex, at least make it so the Tau codex can give them a decent army. That's what I think. Spider Marines, you're Alfarius. No, you're Alfarius. Yeet. That way, brothers. Oh, I really want twin-linked Power Fists for Terminators, though. It's like, why? Why haven't we got them yet? Or twin-linked Thunder Hammer. Oh, twin-linked Thunder Hammers for Terminators would be amazing. Forever young, I wanna be. You could play Kroot's only army, you just have to find a way to deal with high armor save units. Isn't the Krootox Rider, do you know, the melee one, actually quite good at that kind of stuff? The main thing you have if you're playing Kroot is really strong objective control. Like, you can have squads of up to 20. I think they can get Feel No Pain. I think they can become Battle Line as well. You got the Elite Kroot. They're relatively cheap points-wise. And as a result, you can absolutely swarm the enemy from multiple directions, and they're not that slow. So it's a pretty... You can make a cool list with Kroot. It's just not very competitively viable. And it lacks any tanks or anything unless you add Tau tanks to it. But that's why I think the Greater Narlock would be really cool. And definitely give the Greater Narlock the ability to take an anti-tank gun on it. Like a hammerhead rail rifle or something. Or just some sort of, you know, cannon. Wish we could see what the Tau has to offer though. Like, I should make a small supplement for my goats of Farsight Englaive. I don't really know what they'll do for that though. I think they wouldn't do something like that because Xenos just don't sell well enough. It's like, I don't think we'll even get a Kroot Codex. I think one of the reasons why they made, you know, the Yanari is an attempt to try and sell more Dark Eldar as well. But I think the Farsight, like they don't really have a Farsight Enclave detachment. That would be cool. Give us a Farsight Enclave detachment. I did make a Tau list recently that had uses experimental weapons, but it's meant to be like an expeditionary force. 10 Pathfinders, 10 Breacher Team, Cold Star Battlesuit, Fusion Blades, 3 Sunforged Battlesuits, Stealth Suits, Vespid Stingwings, because I do have Vespid Stingwings, so just not built for me yet still. Pretty sure Chasso is literally just a rank. Yeet. Also, it gets a unique rule for having 2 commanders and some other things. Oh, does it? I know that he has a rule that says you can't use ethereals if you put him in your army. But that's all I really know about him. I was looking at his stats and I was kind of meh about Farsight, to be honest. I was like, he's such a cool model, and his stats are very... Like, he seems mostly melee focused, but it's in an army without any real melee, and he's not so good at melee that he can hold the line effectively. Bringing back the 8 as a HQ toys. I forgot the name for the one from Dark Crusade. I don't know. Oh, I really love the guy, yeah, who was meant to go in Pathfinder teams. He's cool. Dark Strider. Oh, the guy from the Fire Warrior game. The guy from the Fire Warrior game isn't the same guy from Dawn of War. The guy from Dawn of War, I believe, is canon. The guy from the Fire Warrior game is not canon, even though he did have a book called The Fire Warrior. That is pretty much non-canon. It's contradicted in a lot of different ways. And it can be your own headcanon and stuff, but for the most part the Fire Warrior game isn't really GW canon. Bro just placed my goats inside an asylum. I thought he was one of the ghost mechs and stuff. I was referring to the guy from Dark Crusade. Yeah, the guy from Dark Crusade, he's cool, but he's not the same guy as the guy from Fire Warrior games. But he is canon. GW decanonizing my goat. Yeah, that's correct. I do want to hunt down Farsight. Would be fun to see them fight over ideological differences and point to be heroes. Hi, that guy over there. You had more than 100 Terminators, didn't you, Cupcake? No, these are part of 102 Terminators. I've had them for ages and just never built them for some reason. So I thought it would be a perfect excuse to build them. And it's also just to give us a break from building the other Terminators. These guys are pretty fun. I mean, I already had 27 Terminators built though, so we've actually got 129. Oh, 129 Terminators! Oh my goodness. Cake has like 100, no, 129, not 190. I want to get a load of Centurions because I love Centurions. I feel like if the Centurions disappear, they're not getting another release. I'm like, no, we need to keep the Centurions. I'm just going to make an army that's just, oops, 36 Centurions, sorry. The melon is here. Wash. Wah. Oh gosh, I just whacked the microphone with my shoulder, so I was just doing some shoulder stretching. I want the big old shoulder pads. Well, isn't there the rest of like Hero Squad Farsight, I mean? For one's an AI robot? Yeah. I don't know a lot about the Tau lore, to be honest. I know about Shadow Sun and I know about Farsight. But I only know bits of them. Like Farsight did a lot to fighting against Tyranids. And he like sacrificed an entire planet of people to defeat the Tyranids at one point. Or something crazy like that. And the Ethereals were not very happy about it. Meanwhile, Shadow Sun is just absolutely insane and I love her. I kind of want to get her. Or like convert a model to be like her. I just love her dual fusion guns. Where did that tiny shield go? It fell on the floor. I saw it went flying once I clicked it off the spoon. No, that's not a magnet. I wanna be forever young. Oh no, my tiny shield! It went flying away! Tiny, tiny shield, where did you go? Tiny, tiny shield. Oh no. I'm not stinky. Oh, so hi, Bob. Farsight is more famous for being a hater for orcs. Oh yeah, and he's also a hater of orcs. And he uses kind of Imperium style tactics sometimes. And that's one of the reasons why the people are really not a fan of him. I'm not stinky. Can't wait for the Tau to make a fisting match. What a cupcake. What a cupcake. Bee glove. Thanks for the bee glove. Okay, so his full name is Shashokai. Shashokai! Yeah, I know who you mean talking about. He's pretty cool.
The hero squad of the Farsight is the 8 mentioned earlier. Back when Lord of War was a 4-sword choice. One of them is an engram memory.
One of them's an anger memory. Let me just turn off the thing. Fan is off. Well, it's turning off. I can hear myself think now. Where did that blooming shield go? I saw it click over in this direction. Must have bounced. The carpet ate the shield just like it ate my magnet. Darn carpet eating stuff again. It's a greedy carpet. It's always eating my plastic things. Well, the hero squad of the Farsight is the 8 mentioned earlier, back when the Lord of War was a Force organization choice. One of them is an Angora memory. Oh, we should give a Crisis Suit Commander 2 Power Fist. It would be kind of cool to see the Tau get some more, you know, melee options, I guess. But at the same time, the Tau aren't really meant to be a melee force. And it would feel like counter Tau to introduce something that's purposely good at melee. Which, I mean, maybe Farsight will get... Oh gosh, I gave him 2 shields. No, you're not allowed 2 shields. You're being greedy. You want a shield. Although the shield won't fit there, so we put it here instead. Yeah. Here we go. Love me Farsight, love me Shashokai, love me Shadow Sun, hate the E-Fuels. What about the new guys that are coming out? That were announced a little while ago. The 2 mechs, the twins. They seem pretty cool. I kind of like the little bit of lore we got about them. How they are like poster boys. They're like Captain America. From the first Avenger film. Love those two. I kind of do like E-Fuels. I liked E-Fuels and they were actually kind of good in melee. And am I wrong? Or did the E-Fuels kind of have a psychic weapon at one point? I swear their staff used to be like have a psychic keyword or rule or something like that. But that's back when they're kind of pushing the idea that the ethereals are using mind control on people, and now they're kind of moving away from that again, it feels like. To make the Tau a bit less evil. Where are we going with this? I want fish piece. I just made the ethereals mean. The Tau twins are actually a couple who lost their third partner and is very upset about it. Aww. And I should probably check the original codex to confirm that. No, the original codex didn't have the Tau with a magic thing. It would have been the codex after, or the one after that. I think it's like 4th or 5th edition codex, something like that. I might be wrong because obviously my memory is not the best. It's a bit hazy when it comes to some of the... And I never played Tau. And my main focus when I looked at Tau was just looking at the Recruit and going, oh my gosh, Recruit are cool. Considering some of them have good abs, I don't think they need to have anything like that. Just being muscular is distracting enough. Oh gosh, I'm putting this in upside down. People keep saying Tau are a new faction when they are in the game for as long as Necrons. Yeah. And it's in part that the Tau have been playing the game a lot shorter than the Necrons have. I think they're technically still the youngest faction in the game. The Photon come from the Squats, and the Squats were there at the beginning, maybe not the very beginning. Genestealer cults were there at the beginning, though older than the Tyranids. The Tyranids came before the Necrons, and then I think the Necrons came out, and then I think the Tau were the last ones. In terms of like the Tau themselves, they're kind of newer in the fact that like the Necrons have been around since, well, they've been in galactic politics since the Emperor was walking around. And they gave the Emperor a bunch of stuff, it looks like. So, you know. Meanwhile, the Tau definitely are a newer player on the galactic playing field. Hello, Night Parade! True, but some of the factions are either or have been part of the lore or just remakes of old concepts. Squats, for example, Yeet. So, I think the Tau overall are the newest faction. Like, whether it's straight up new, it wasn't at the beginning. Female Space Marines have been in it from the very beginning, except then they were removed and changed into Sisters of Battle. Technically, they were Sisters of Battle, like Sisters of Battle were just female Space Marines, but they eventually just changed into being something else. In part because people just got really upset at it for some weird reason. I don't want women in their war game or something. Then you had, what else was there? Genestealer cults were in before the Tyranids, and the Genestealer cults weren't Tyranids at the beginning, but then they became Tyranids. The Space Marines at first weren't superhumans, but then they did become superhumans, and then they became like not just convicts. Then you had... Oh no. The Guardsmen of Arcadia were originally the Arcadians. And they were the first plastic guardsmen. Except then the Arcadians were changed into the Cadians. And the Catachan had their like massive release. And they've not had a release since. Well, that's back when Rambo and stuff were popular. And the Predator films. Custodians of a Way. To be honest, I don't want hot women in armor. I just want women in armor. I just want women in my board game without them being sexualized. Without boob armor, without anything like that. Like when I played Dark Elder, I mostly played Cablite Warriors and Incubi. Because I just didn't like the idea of the witches too much, because people just were really weird about them. Catachan needs new models. I'm hoping with 11th edition, Catachan will... It's going to be Catachan and Orcs that get like the new release. Or that's my hope. With the 10th, like, you know, the big box set for 10th edition. Maybe I'm being a bit too hopeful there, but... I'm allowed to hope. Hot doesn't equal secularized though. Gullman is hot and he's in full plate. I mean, is he? I mean, obviously he's warm in full plate armor. Do you know how warm full plate armor is? Unless we have air conditioning units in that power armor. No, but I mean, it's like, I mean, I wouldn't say Gullman's hot, to be honest. I mean, Space Marines are ugly. Like, like outside of Emperor's Children, like Horus Heresy Emperor's Children, and for Blood Angels, Space Marines are described mostly as kind of ugly and smelly and stuff like that. I kind of want women like that too. I want more women in my board game that are just silly. His chin is enough to entice the deepest of pleasurable... No! No! Beastmen are hot, so are crew. Belgo are hot, but they aren't sexualized. I mean, they're all, you know, half naked, so maybe they are. Maybe they are. But yeah. Oh, gosh. I mean, it's a grim, dark story where everything is terrible and everything is horrible. That's what we need more of. I want more ugly, smelly female representation. Oh no. I mean, to be honest, if you really want to think about it, any sort of model is hot to at least one person out there. Or any sort of design. Like Space Marines, you definitely have people that see, you know, these... Like, drawings of Space Marines are meant to look disgusting and weird and uncanny valley-like. And you still get people saying, you know, those guys are hot. And it's like, maybe. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Brute actually predate the Terran law. You can see an image from the 90s listed as dangerous aliens along with a Necron and a Skaven looking crud. Ooh. That's cool actually. Totally because I find clock cigars hot. Totally not because I find clock cigars hot. I collect Serphons because they are lizard riding dinosaurs. Yeah! And Gandalf the Grey and Gandalf the White and Monty Python of the Holy Grail Black Knight. You don't have free box. Clock cigars are cool. You mostly collect AOS. I do kind of like AOS, but as someone who grew up with fantasy and, you know, for Vampire Cat and had a massive Vampire Counts army, I've still got some of it upstairs. Most of it's unpainted that's actually left. I had painted a lot of them. But yeah. I've still not forgiven fantasy though. Not for Fantasy Age of Sigmar, for killing off fantasy. No! Actually, and I can't blame GW for it, to be honest. It's like... Yeah, fantasy wasn't making money. It was a really hard game to get into. Like, I took years to get into fantasy, to the point where... I say I grew up with fantasy. I liked fantasy, but it took me ages to finally get into it myself and buy models and... you know, build a fantasy list. And that's partly just because of how complicated and difficult fantasy was to get into, and just how much money you needed really to play fantasy comparative to 40k. Like, your armies had to be absolutely massive. Monster Hunter mentioned. You ever consider painting them for Old World? My Old World armies at the moment are Orcs and Goblins, because it was one of the armies I always wanted as a kid, but I never got into. And the other one is Dwarves, because, you know, my Orcs and Goblins need an enemy to fight. I couldn't never get into fantasy besides Vermintide, not even into Total War. Oh, sorry. Neckeye skipping gaily through the tulips. The tulips are people and he's crushing them under his prodigious bulk. No. I'm a Gen 2 monster hunter, so I don't get it. I'm a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Dicky dicky hole. Oh, they released released a 10 years later for I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Dicky dicky hole. Dicky dicky hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Dicky dicky hole. Digging a hole. Yeah, it's kind of okay. It's kind of nice that they got so many people in it now. Like, you know, part of the Yogscast crew or whatever. And friends. But doesn't have the same power that the original had. I'm a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Dicky dicky hole. Dick in the hole. Also gonna get into Total War, sadly. I'm more turn-based RTS. Oh, I grew up with Total War. Rome. Love me some Total War. Love me some turn-based RTS as well. We played for Halo RTS. Oh, but that wasn't turn-based at all, was it? I played Civilian before. Not Civilian. Civilization before. Not the biggest fan of it, though. Your partner told you to paint your connoisseur like a brute tigrex? Ooh. Turns out, still digging. Yeah. Just gotta wait for the dwarf band to remix it. Olga and Jennifer, though. Oh. I am a dwarf and I'm eating some cheese. Eating cheese. Eating. Oh, I had a cottage pie today. It was so tasty. And it was covered in cheese. I'm like, nom 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 nom. Love me some cottage pie. Oh, proper Brexit geezer. Mem. Like, proper get Brexit geezer, mem. It's one of the most wholesome memes.
One day Capcom will play World. She played Wilds. She has yet to play the superior game, and she will learn of Tigrex.
I need to play Worlds. As long as Worlds doesn't have any monkeys in it, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. No apes. No ape monsters. That's the worst part of Wilds. Except maybe the part of having to restart it all over again, effectively. Like, hey, you've finished the main game now. But the main game was more or less a tutorial. Just a geese and his simple life, nothing better than... Yeah, I just like the fact it's just like this character who's like, he loves his wife, he loves his kids, he loves his food. Oh, it's like, oh, I wish I had that passion for life. Oh gosh. I have no idea if that meme's meant to be making fun of people or whatever, but it just turned into one of the most wholesome memes ever. I just dropped another of the tiny shields. I just dropped another one of the tiny shields. It's like, oh, and I like the versions of it, do you know, for ogres. Love me for more. From Warhammer. Why are you a cupcake? Because I'm a cupcake. Like, why are people humans? I was just born a cupcake. Ignore the fact that I conjured myself into existence. Why? Because I smile. If you see the name Rajang, do not engage. It has one. It has one monkey. No, I can't play it then. It's got monkeys. Monkeys are scary. I don't like them. Well, not scary. They're mean. They're evil. They're evil. Do you accidentally acted the wrong one? Oh gosh. There we go. I'm a proper Terminator geezer. 4 o'clock, I'll wake up and punch some marks. At 5 o'clock, I punch some more orcs. At 6, say hello to the chapter master. Punch some more orcs. 7, say hello to the neophytes. Then we go off and hunt some Xenos Tyranids. 11, pick up the Inquisitor from the Hive world. Oh. Oh wait, what's the successor's hero might? I'm gonna have to scroll up. Songs of Conquest. Oh, I've not heard of Songs of Conquest. Heroes of Might. I've seen Heroes of Might and Magic though. And that's usually cool. I want to compare how big these guys are to my other lightning guys. All of the legions in a wrestling match. Probably Sons of Vulcan, to be honest. Or Ultramarines by numbers. Sons of Vulcan by size. And like weight of them. After that, the Emperor's Children. Actually, Emperor's Children probably win. If we're going to be entirely honest. They are the second most numerous. Not far behind the Ultramarines. They are the most skilled fighters. And they're also, I think they're pretty tall and strong compared to your average Space Marine as well. So yeah, the Emperor's Children should win that by... I mean, the Ultramarines might be able to organise into a better force though. So it's basically between the Ultramarines and the Emperor's Children. The others just don't stand a chance. Because they're just going to be severely outnumbered by the Emperor's Children and Ultramarines. And the Emperor's Children have skill and size to support them as well. While the Ultramarines have better tactics and working together to make sure that they survive it. Or get through. Just don't mind the slog of an economy. You'd wrestle them oiled up in an arena. Is your Cataphracti Imperial Fist? No, the Black Templars.
Capcom explaining why she is Cupcake. I'm beautiful in my way. Cuss God makes no mistakes. I'm on the right track, baby. I was born this way.
Yeah, I was just born this way. Although, considering I conjured myself into existence, that's just effectively patting myself on the back if I sung that. Age of Wonders. Age of Wonders looked cool. Lady Gaga reference, yeah. Bam, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. There we go. Press through there. Don't forget to like the stream. Every like on this stream is another sandwich thrown to the ground. Wait, why did I say sandwich thrown to the ground? I have no idea. Every like on this stream is another lightning claw thrown against the enemies of the Emperor of mankind. Hi, hi, hello, hello. Emperor's children were quite the small legion of the Great Crusade, and Horus Heresy had them. They had a disease that almost wiped them out before they found Fulgrim. Yeah, but after, by the time the heresy kicked off, wasn't the Emperor's children like the largest of the legions? I thought it was. Like, I know Dark Angels was pretty high just before the Horus Heresy. Well, not just before. At the peak, the Dark Angels had a really large army. But just before the Horus Heresy, they ended up in a war against an unknown... Well, technically, we know what the Xenos was named, or at least the Empire was. We don't know much else beyond that. But they suffered massive casualties, and then half of them turned traitor. So, hello, IRS. How you doing? I'm not a cat. I'm not a cat. I'm just a cupcake that's oddly shaped like a cat. Meow, 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 meow. I would want to play Age of Wonders. On the weird pink screen it would make. Nah. You, for Rangdahan. Some suggest that they were extremely evil. Others suggest that they probably weren't. Because, you know, the Imperium was evil. So... it's hard to know. But, like, all of the records on them are sealed and lost. I could be wrong, but I think they're still quite small. It's why they concentrated so much on trying to perfect individual skills. Oh. Some reason I thought they were massive, like when they were sieging Terra or something. The Emperor's children had a really large chance of being able to conquer it. But because they're just like so obsessed and stuff, they had effectively lost a chance. I really wish we could reposition these hands more. It would be really cool to get the new Terminators. I would backflip for a Rogue Trader animation, just one first edition animation, not even an animatic. That could be cool. And we got the Rogue Trader video game. Is that close enough? I imagine not. Emperor's children, by the time of finding Fulgrim, were down to 300 Marines on a Legion strength. Universe was doing numbers on them. Yeah. Maybe I'm mistaken. Or, you know, missing the point on something or other. My heresy lore knowledge isn't the strongest. And a lot of what I did know is no longer canon. Like what was well known in the past. So... you'd pied Carver Space Marine to a can of soda? What? I'm so confused by that statement. Would parkour just for space mean to a can of soda? Oh, that's what I want. There we go. Open. To open a can of soda. I mean, Ogum could have won for heresy, but he got bored, and Perturbo could have won for heresy, but Horus was just as stupid as his dad. Yeah, honestly, a lot more stupid, to be honest. The parallels of the Horus Heresy and the Stormcloak Uprising by Cupcake Conjuror. So Horus is very similar to Ulfric's Stormcloak in many regards. Both of them were openly and knowingly tricked and used by their enemies, such as Ulfric with the Thalamar, and Horus with the Legions of Chaos. Both thought of themselves as playing a grander game than what their foes using them were capable of. Both of them were almost killed, only to be saved by a demonic entity or a godlike entity. And both would be defeated by a god. Garlemald is just Erebus. Ah, family drama levels of stupid. I'm making that up, by the way, of Stormcloak and Horus. I don't think they're really that similar to one another. You know, that would be funny. Abaddon getting a Chaos Beast to ride on. And it would be relatively nice. Because at the moment, Abaddon kind of sucks. Like, as a guy who's meant to be, you know, the leader of the Chaos Armies. On the board game...
Perturbo harding the literal army of cats known as the Emperor's Children, Sons of Horus, and World Eaters. I can only imagine the migraine.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Perturbo deserves that migraine. He's not a nice dude. He's a very mean man. He's a mean little man. Who's kind of very petty. There we go. Oh. The gacha game with Horus Heresy art and anime goes, no! I know there's a gacha game with, do you know, what's it called? Tacticus? Rom and Rem Alfarius.
Unless they're no long tongue.
What is this about tongue? Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. There we go. Yeah, these Terminators, there's not many pieces to them. Like, compare them to the Terminators that we were building for 40k. Each of the leg pieces were like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then 2 for the torso, 7. Head 8. Each arm was 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, but like at least 12 pieces per Terminator. where here there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, 14 because I forgot about the shoulder pads. There's not as many pieces this time round. Surprised Mercury's still here? What do you mean Mercury's still here? I'm just a ghost. In Perturbo's defense, when he did something right, no one acknowledged it, but if he even made the tiniest mistake, he became everyone's punching bag. I would be mean too. Are we sure Perturbo? That is not just his point of view. And he's like that guy from, oh, what's it called? The Robinsons or something like that. The one where the kid has like a time machine, but then you've got this other kid who's like also the villain in it. And it's like, when I was a kid, nobody liked me. But then it's like, shows that while he remembers it like that, that's not true at all. He had loads of people who liked him. It'd be hilarious if that's actually what happened. Goob, yeah, Goob! Such a goober. I kind of like the headcanon that now that Perturbo was like well liked. It's just from his point of view, he just refuses to see it. Everyone hated me. Everyone's saying, oh, good job, Perturbo. Doesn't notice it as soon as they say, Perturbo, you know, do you know when he did this? If he did this instead, it could have been a bit better. And then it's like, oh my gosh, everyone hates me. Oh, that's actually how my brother is in real life. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. Oh, it looks like it's doing a dance. Perturbo did nothing wrong.
Perturbo did nothing wrong.
No, I didn't. The only thing Horace had to say to recruit Perturbo was, I acknowledge you. And then what did he go and do? He refused to acknowledge him at all. Oh my gosh, could you imagine if we got a book from the Emperor's point of view and suddenly he's the best father in the world? Like he's doing all of this stuff, like for Perturbo, it's like, oh, Perturbo, you're so great, you're amazing. It's like, do you know, everything that, like, all the different kids accuse him of not doing, he's, like, doing it all of the time in his own story point. That'll be the most hilarious thing ever. It'll be like, who's right? Neither's right. The silly thing about Perty is he's treated his legion even worse than he was treated. Yeah, those are the worst. If just because you have it bad doesn't mean you need to treat your kids badly. Often, if you're treated badly, it just means you should make sure your kids have a life that you never got. Anime goes to their viewers. No, viewers are amazing. You guys are all amazing. Especially when you like the stream. Every like on this stream is another pat on the head for Perturbo and his legion. There we go. 2 more Terminators left. Shall I go and get like my Lightning Claws Terminators?
We have like half a dozen books from Emp's point of view. He's candidate for #1 worst dad in everyone. Trust me,
I've
he
never
ain't
knew
nice
the
to
books
put.
from his point of view. I thought like all of them are from other people's points of views. You know, we really missed a step there, though. Okay, this is 40k Terminator next to Horus Heresy. Wait. Body hug. Big ol' hug. Big ol' hug. Big hugs to you, my little friend. Look at the size. Thanks for the headpats. There you go, Jay, the headpats. I don't like Perturabo, but I can understand where he's coming from. No understanding it. We're not, you don't understand. You're not allowed to understand people. You just have to hate them. You're not allowed to look at their point of view and understand it. No, it's not allowed. We're on the internet. We have to just recklessly hate things. I know that's true because I read it on the internet. It's like Internet Introduction 101. If you ever see something, you have to hate it. If someone disagrees with your point of view, they're a bot. Oh my gosh. Oh, there's a weird bit of fluff then flying around me in weird things. I thought it was like an insect at first, but no, it's just a piece of fluff. You don't have the energy to hate things. To be honest, me too. Me too. Oh. Spoken like a true basement goblin. No! Wait, why is this not attaching? Attach. No. We've got goblins. We got goblins. We got memes. Oh, what's the most wholesome mem, do you think? I want a wholesome mem. Cheeseburger cat. I can hash cheese, but that's not wholesome. Cat shouldn't be having cheese. Terminators. Okay, which one is the best Primarch though? Like, okay, which is a Primarch that suffered the most but still was a great character? Like a great dude, despite suffering the most? I know that like Sanguinius had some suffering, but it wasn't on the same level as some of the other ones. Sanguinius and Robute's got my money. Because I mean, if I was writing for Horus Heresy stuff, I would definitely have like parallels of characters. So every time someone says, well, this person got treated horribly and this happened and this happened, I would have another Primarch who was treated even worse and had an even worse childhood and still turned out better than everybody else. I'd be like, no, but these Primarchs are just jerks. You can't make an excuse for them. Hot take, but Angron. Vulcan kept dying. I think Carthus grew up in a proper boot hole. Yeah. Deliverance was awful. Angron, I mean, he was okay in some regards, but in a lot of regards, like, you know, letting all of his kids put butcher's nails in the head is a bit of a question mark. No, 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 no. There we go. Pretty sure Deliverance was a prison moon. Oof. And he still turned out pretty cool. Like, it'll just be fun. Like, if I was writing, I'd definitely make sure, like, all of the traitor Primarchs kind of were or became jerks at some point. Maybe not all of them. Like, I definitely like Fulgrim's Fall. It's really nice. But I'd definitely make sure that there was some badness to them. And then for each of them, there's effectively somebody, like, you're going to have someone who grew up spoiled and stuff like that and had everything handed to them on a silver platter. And because of that, it became evil effectively. Except when you got Gulliman sat right there, who became anything but spoiled from it all. What's your opinion on the new Kata? The new Cataphractes? Really nice scoops. They're really cool. And I imagine based on them that they're going to have a lot more posability than these are. More like these guys. The Contemptors and the Saturnines. But I don't like how lanky they look. I kind of want them to have the same, you know, girthy nature that these dudes have. Where they're just like superly heavy armored feeling. Hello, the hell? Yeah, the chunk. That's the word. I want them to have more chunk. I don't like them not being as chunky. But maybe I might get the models eventually when they come out. But that's only a maybe. Bertie's childhood was very similar to Gulliman's, but he never grew to love his adopted family. Oh. That's cool. Lanky models when Sidonian skaters. Yeah. Okay, they're not that lanky, thankfully. But they do feel a bit too tall. If you know what I mean, because Cataphracti are meant to be like the bulkiest of a term, well, other than Saturnines now. But they're meant to be very bulky. Very difficult to move in, comparatively to other Terminators. And when I look at the new models, I don't get that sort of feeling. I'd get this from these guys, although now we're building them, I can definitely feel why they're considered a bit too small. Not to the correct scale. And they definitely need a new model. Like, the scoop's not bad on them at all. It could definitely be more detailed than it is. But it's a very nice scoop. It's just like, where did he go? Here he is. And comparing it to a Mark 6 Space Marine, they're not big enough, really. Well, lads, I shall be off. I am extremely tired right now. Good night, Silas. Thanks for staying with us as long as you did. Big old heart to you. Don't want to look at the new Cataphracti Terminators on the stuff. The new Cataphracti Terminators on the website. Wait, how do I do this? Search, there we go. No, it's called Cataphracti. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, they do have some of a chunk to them. And the scoop's definitely a lot better than these guys. It's hard to tell, like, we don't get to look at the sprue on them. So it's hard to know, like, how much posability they have. I'm hoping that it's like the others where he can move, like, the knee and the foot and stuff. But look at it, he just looks too... I don't know, just too mobile, effectively. I do like how it's now got the art tool cannon on them, though, that's good. Perturbo's adoptive father did love him, but he also used him as a tool. The only person who truly loved him was his adoptive sister, whereas Gulliman parents truly loved him as their son. Oh, what we're looking at? We're looking at the new cataphractes compared to the ones we've been making. Right, have I not had the light on this entire... I've not had the light on this entire time. We've been in the dark. Also, I spilt my glue. I spilt my glue. It melted my thing. Hey, look, it's Tiny Sylvester's Knights. No, they're just
Hey,
Tonys.
look, it's Tiny Sylvester's Knights. No, wait, those are just termies.
Yeah, they're very... I mean, they're very good models looking at them. Maybe one, as I said, it's one of those things where sometimes I look at something and I'm like, But then I get my hands on them and get to look at them properly and build them, and you gain a new appreciation for them sometimes. Sometimes you end up losing your appreciation for things when you have to build it. Like, that blooming Necron Geomancer. Oh my goodness. That was not fun to put together. Rip Matt. Rest in peace. Rest in pieces. Every like on this stream is another flower we put on the grave of this Matt. Can't wait for you to get the Atropos and find out it's awful to build. To be honest, I kind of expect that for big models. That being said, the knights I've built so far weren't that bad, so... It doesn't look like it will be as bad as the Geomancer, though, in terms of just how fiddly and tiny every single bit is, and how it feels like it's going to break every single moment you're trying to put pieces together. Maybe it'll be like that, but that's what made the Geomancer quite difficult. And for the fact that it just couldn't support its own weight very well. Like, even with all the glue dried, it's still a bit like, feeling like it's going to fall apart at any moment. Lanky Resin Boy, at the very least, it will be heavy enough that you can vent your frustration with it, just whack somebody over the head. On the 4th, we're getting news on the new Total War. Anyone has any wishes? I want what's worst for everyone. Give me Rome 2 remastered. I don't think Rome 2 ever got a remaster. I think it's Rome 1 that got a remaster, but maybe Rome 2 got a remaster and no one just paid attention to it. Oh, I didn't. I wasn't a big fan of Rome 2. I mean, the last Total War game I had played before Rome 2 was Rome 1. So it was a very big departure from what I was used to. And lost a lot of my favourite mechanics. And gained a bunch of ones I didn't really care for. In honesty, it's the same sort of mechanics that are in Warhammer Total War, but I don't mind losing those mechanics as much with Warhammer Total War and having these weirder mechanics. You want the next Warhammer Total War to be Age of Sigmar? Well, I want more DLCs for Warhammer Total War 3. I want our FLC Siege Lord. It would be nice to have another historical title as long as it's, you know, done properly. But I don't really trust CA with anything. I kind of want another historical title that focuses more on guns. Like the Shogun Total War games. It would be really cool to get one that like focuses on the China and that area, you know, when the Europeans and Americans were coming in. That could be cool. Alternatively, let's think. What would be a good part of history to do? I mean, not Empire Total War. Medieval Total War 3 would be okay, I guess. Or just Medieval Total War, proper remaster or remake. Total War Age of Sigmar would be epic, but I would give the setting some more years to build more models. Some factions are really thin and some are waiting for a rework to make sense. Pharaoh 2. Nick the Salamander. Hello, Nick the Salamander. How you doing? How is our favourite son of Vulcan? Long time no see. How is everyone? We're doing okay. I hope you're doing well too. We've missed you. I don't want to go down a bit more here. Yeet. There we go. Then we go like this. Then we go like this. You do know Pharaoh has the biggest map in any Total War historical game? Yeah. I don't want Total War 40k because I just don't think CA would handle it very well. I mean, maybe they would, but I generally don't think about it. We could get Total War WW1. That would be fun. Total War, the Great War. Because I think that could work quite well with Total War's mechanics. You know, gun lines and stuff. Although you definitely want to add, I feel like, ammunition to your different armies. Imagine 40k coming out just like Fantasy did. What, the fact that it comes out of a year later, 40k gets given the axe as a setting in the models. I think if they tried going for something like Warhammer again, they're going to have a big issue of like, when they did Warhammer, it was a very novel idea. And they only had a few factions and only a few units for each faction, but it was such a novel idea at the time that they could get away with it to some extent. Now, though, it's not such a novel idea, and there'll be a lot of expectations on what would come out. And as a result, the expectations are also higher on what it should be. And I think it will be like disappointing because it will be actively compared to Warhammer Total War. Where if they did something like Lord of the Rings, not Lord of the Rings, well maybe Lord of the Rings for all we know, Lord of the Rings Total War could go hard. Game of Thrones Total War could also go pretty hard, I think. But when it comes to those types of things, there'll be a lot less expectations of the numbers and variety of units and all of the stuff. And there'll be a lot of less work effectively to do for each army. Like with Warhammer, you've got all the different magics and monsters, and everything looks so different from one another. The Black Legion, maybe. Actually, what faction is most Norska-like? The Lost and the Damned. Having Eldar as a pre-order faction that will suck for 9 years until they finally get a rework. Wait, the High Elves were a pre-order faction for Warhammer 1. Total War 40k could work if they do it as a constant update, not a separate game each time. Not for Black Legions, the Lost and the Damned are, we don't have a codex for Lost and the Damned, but it's basically things like Traitor Guard, cultists, and stuff like that, where it's just normal humans effectively, and mutants, and beastmen. So that's effectively what Norska is. And it would actually be good. That would be a very good thing to start with, because the Lost and the Damned are often used in these types of like games and stuff as a kind of fodder faction. Like most of the time, most of Chaos's followers aren't Space Marines. Most of the time when Chaos goes to war, the vast majority of forces going to war will actually be cultists and traitor guardsmen. Because that's just the way things work. There's a lot more people to corrupt than Space Marines. And as a result, it would actually make sense as a starting faction for the game. Actually, one that you can go up to as mostly fodder and stuff, but you could also play as and try and like become powerful. And that's exactly what Norska is for Warriors of Chaos. Norska was never its own... Actually, as far as I'm aware, Norska wasn't its own codex. It might have been in the very earliest editions, I'm unsure. Because I know the female, I think, had their own codex. Norska was Conjuror ignores context clues, like she ignores her chud son, whom she hates. Just constant roll out new faction for every 6 months, then you'll eventually have everyone as you expand the story. The thing is every faction has like so many units. And so many like lost units and stuff that would want to put in the game. It's actually a great idea. Lost and the Damned is 40k Norska. Yeah, Norska for the most part was just basically meant to be the... In the board game, it was, you could just make a full Norskan army, but really it's just, you threw out a horde of models. You had your elite main focus, but then the Norskans were effectively just there as cannon fodder. And that's exactly what the Lost of the Damned do. Norskans were also good at, like, forcing your enemy to, especially when you had things like objectives, they could press the objectives. Similar to how the Traitor Guardsmen and Cultists are very good at that right now. Because people will just ignore them, because they're just cannon fodder that don't do much damage by themselves, usually. But that when you're ignoring them and these guys can make sticky objectives, they can very quickly become a danger. But we've built 10 Terminators, but they don't look very Black Templar yet, so we should try and get some decorations on them. The Order for Lost of a Damned faction. Cupcake's a deadbeat mum. No, I'm not a deadbeat mum. I'm not like a... Am I even a mother? Oh my goodness. This cloak's a bit too big for it. We could give them all capes. That could be fun. But no, the capes are too big for these ones. Look at the other capes I've got that are meant to go over power pets. Here we go. I'll go under power pack rather. Yeah, these ones are too small. And we could do like that, but nah. Cupcake is following the parental advice and thinking for himself. No! I've only got Cuptle here as my kid. You heard the hot take about the Black Templar. No, there's no hot takes about Black Templar. I'm not a grandmother. No! So mean.
No, you're not a mum,
everyone.
but grandma. Hi hi.
Give me 4 base game factions of Warhammer 40k. Warhammer 1 had Empire, Dwarves, and Orcs. So Guardsmen, Space Marines, Lost and the Damned. Oh wait, starting factions. Yeah, Lost and the Damned wouldn't be the best starting faction. Yeah, Orcs, Tyranids. Orcs, Tyranids, Guardsmen, Space Marines. Black Templar is incredibly lame, and if they weren't canon, they would be considered bad homebrew. No, that's a very hot take. I love my city boys. My city boys. They're literally Monty Python knockoffs. Holy Grenade of Antioch. Lost the Damned is supposed to be the pre-order faction. Okay, so we've got, yeah, Guardsmen, Space Marines, Orcs, and Tyranids. They would be like the big go-to ones. Black Templar. Look, none of my Black Templar have bold cuts. Don't worry about it. And very few of them don't wear the helmet. You know what makes Black Templar cool? And it's not actually anything that's Black Templar related, to be honest. Look at my blooming lord. Look at that. Look at the size of that claw. Abaddon's got claw envy of this dude. Look at him. 4 fingers. Oh, and he goes do with his power fist. Donk. Grabbing you. Throwing you. Big old hugs. Okay, I think there should be one hard faction, so either Orcs or Tyranids, I think. The haircut's the best part. Oh gosh. I just love my melee boys who you cut off the arms and they're like, hey, it's just a flesh wound.
Damn
That's
him,
literally
the Templar
one of the rules
players would be so angry if they had the IQ level to understand insults.
No! Okay, I think there should be one hard faction. So what were the 4 base game? You had Empire, Dwarfs, Vampires, and Orcs. Okay, so I'm saying Orcs would be a starter faction because they could just literally take all of the Orc assets and just give them guns. And there you go, you've got some Orcs. Tau. Tau or Leagues of Photon would be a good one then. If we're going to say only one hard faction. Necrons maybe. Necrons could be cool. Now you want to go for something that's more antagonistic to the Imperials, because they've got 2 factions. So you'd have Guardsmen, Space Marines, Orcs, and yeah, I think Necrons would be a good one, because that would also be able to say it's a 2 mode right away for fighting over. Okay, we also need an elite army with low unit counts like Ogres. And Space Marines. Space Marine units should be like 10 dudes. I think the game should use a lot accurate Space Marines, not tabletop ones. So for Space Marines would definitely be like the Ogre faction. After that, you'd have Custodians would eventually come in, and they'll definitely be like, every single one of their squads would be like 5 dudes. 1 to 5 dudes. Half of the time it would only be 3 dudes, and that's on large unit size. Small unit size would like have squads of just 1. While medium unit sizes... Actually, no. Every single time there'll be the normal unit sizes. Maybe. No, okay. So a squad of 5... for Custodians would be ultra unit size. Large unit size would be 4. Medium would be 3. And small would... No, small would be 1. Medium 2. Large 3. Ultra 5 of them. Squads that are just a squad of 3 on large would instead just have their health pool go up and down. Like monsters do, and characters. Necrons v Mechanicus DLC would go hard. Yeah, oh yeah, so you definitely want the Necrons as DLC. Yeah, Tau would be a good starter faction then. Or Leagues of Photon. Knights.
Necron vs Mechanicus DLC pack. Or, as I now dub it, Mechanicus 2 Electric Boogaloo.
So Knights wouldn't be their own faction. Instead, there'll be a DLC release that all Imperial forces can recruit. Yeah. That's how I imagine Knights would be. Except the DLC would also include one Knight Lord, who has the ability to recruit armigers from the very start of the game. From, do you know, his basic building.
Tau is the Bretonia of 40k, they come for free.
The Tower of Bretonia, they come for free. That would be a cool thing to sell them. But what do I want to do now? I'm looking for some stuff in here. Looking for some stuff. I'm not finding the stuff I want. Just whacked my head on the microphone. I apologise. Lots and lots of little Black Templar sigils. Towers of Bretonia 40k. Okay, no, these Black Templar symbols are too big. Yeah. I mean, maybe if I made a green stuff version, it could wrap around a bit better. Okay, hot take. No guard factions. They will be Imperium of Man faction that have Guardsmen, Grey Knights, and Death Watch. No. Oh, no. The Bretonia 3 DLC won't be for Tau. It'll be Imperial agents. Yeah, we might actually not have an... Yeah, you could be right to have an Imperium of Man faction, but I think there'll be an Inquisitor faction, and the Inquisitor faction will have the Death Watch, the Grey Knights, and Assassins in it. And similar to the Knight faction, instead of being its own... Well, the Knights won't be their own faction. They'll have one character you can recruit as the Imperium. Or it would just be like one Lord you can unlock through your tech tree. But the Inquisitors will be their own separate faction from the Imperium faction. The Space Marines will be their own separate faction from the Imperium faction. The Inquisitors can recruit Grey Knights, Death Watch units, and Inquisitorial agent units. Some of those units will be available to some of the Imperium characters, or most of them, and some of the Space Marine characters too. Or at least this is how I am currently viewing everything. No, I just dropped it. I had a perfect piece and I dropped it. Whatever this. It's in here. If I make a prediction, in my humble opinion, it would be guard plus space means there's a good guys v Tyranids and Chaos Undivided. Versions of the two. Options, swap Tyranids to arts. Yeah. The issue is I think we've already got a good 40k total war game and it's called Dawn of War. And it works pretty well. Yeah. I'm thinking Imperial Agents would definitely be, or the you'd have a DLC called Inquisitors. And that will be a free DLC, like Bretonia. Alternatively, Imperial Knights will be for free DLC. I mean, Imperial Knights, if it's a Knight world that we're fighting on, I can see the Knights being for own faction. But I can't really see the Knights being for own faction unless it's a Knight world. Also, the Knights would definitely have the ability to recruit normal infantry units, whether it be Guardsmen or Skitarii. Just because they'll need to have to recruit normal units, in part to compete in the early game, and in part to not just be overpowered in the early game. So you can't just spam out Knights immediately. There's also Battle Sector for 40k, but it's turn-based. Yeah. We're not fighting on planet scale, we're fighting galactic scale. Each planet is a battlefield. Honestly, I'd much prefer planet scale, or each planet has a map of its own. Like, having an entire planet just be one battlefield would absolutely suck. I really don't like that entire thing of, you know, in stories, sci-fi stuff, of where you never get to planet with multiple habitats on it. Instead, you just, like, if you go in one place on the planet, you've been everywhere on the planet. Like, you've got a desert world, you've got a forest world, you've got that. It's a really lazy way of doing it, I feel like. Especially for something like a video game. It would either have to be a system where each planet is its own map that you can fight over. Not just a battle map, but, you know, full-scale continents and stuff. Or any DLC to sell Zero. Inquisitors plus Sisters plus someone else is another DLC. Grey Knights and Death Watch would have to go into there as well. They'll think about Imperial Agents being 90% single entities and a couple of Sisters of Battle. No, Imperial Agents have loads of stuff. They've got the Arbiter units, which is like 3 different tiles. They've got the Imperial Naval units. They have the Inquisitorial Retinue squad. They have the Rogue Trader squads. As well as access to the Death Watch squads, the Grey Knight squads, and the Sisters of Battle stuff. So, Gene Stealers is a separate DLC. Yeah, Gene Stealers would be its own DLC. And as soon as she gets it, it will just turn one of your favourite, like, money-making areas into this really horrible Gene Stealer area. And everyone will hate it. And eventually they'll just move for Gene Stealers. Purity Seals. we're going to sell factions like new heroes, like a Castle Crow DLC for the Imperium, of Man or Typhus as Death Guard-centric playstyle for Chaos Space Marines. And I think each of the Chaos factions will get their own DLC, similar to of their own faction. I think we'll get one DLC that adds World Eaters, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, and Emperor's Children all at once. If we're going to go that way. And they'll strictly follow the codex limitations until a new codex gets released that completely ignores those limitations and just allows you to instead ally in other factions. So many factions and everyone will still play Ultramarines. No, we won't have Ultramarines. Instead, it will be Salamanders. Oh no, it'll be Raven Guard. Raven Guard will be the leading faction in it. Oh, a successor chapter. Silver Templars. Everyone loves the Silver Templars. Definitely. Playing as Templars, replace all of the words with pictures for obvious. No! I love my little Templar boys. Oh my gosh. Have an awesome idea. Space Marine customization. You can change the color of your start tees and doing achievement to unlock. Accessory. Now, I think what they're going to do is they're just going to give you multiple different Space Marine chapters. Black Templars would be by far the easiest chapter just to throw in because they just go, of course the Black Templars are here. Why wouldn't the Black Templars be here? You don't need anything for it. It's just... Oh, I just dropped a tiny purity seal. But it's fine. My troll just caught it. The same said about the Empire in Total War, and I played one campaign as Elisif. Empire faction is too boring, no flavour. But it's like, isn't it one of the most played factions, the Empire? That and for the Dwarves? You have to realise, most people love the flavourless. Everyone talks about how the British don't put spices in the food. And then they choose to have something extremely bland. Like a curry. Blandest food ever. Chili con carne. Bland. Bland as a pile of chips. Okay, should Black Templars be played as a capitalist army? Or should they be like the ogres in Total War 3? No, they should have a capital, they should have a fortress. Black Templars like to build fortress monasteries everywhere. On every planet they liberate. Or are liberating. So Black Templars should definitely have the option to build buildings. But it really depends. I don't know how they'd handle the space side of things too well. You suffered as a beastman before the rework. Oh my gosh, Bob, you poor soul. Well, beastmen are like the most loved faction of Total War 3. Who's the least loved faction with Total War 3? I feel like it might be the Greenskins. Or for Wood Elves. Actually, for Wood Elves so far. They've had nothing new, have they? They kind of suck. After the rework for one of the best. I didn't really enjoy playing as Beastmen when for one time I did play them, but I think it was... Actually, I don't know which rework are you talking about. Warhammer 2 or also another one for 3? Because I played them in 2 and I just wasn't a big fan of them. Like, they were fun for a few turns, but then I got very bored very quickly. Vampire counts. No, they've got new Blood Knights. Pardon me, sorry. Throat hurt. Okay, you know what? I don't think adding too many purity seals to these guys is going to be a good idea. I kind of like them as they are, you know, a bit more bland. Also, there's not that many flat surfaces to really hang purity seals from. Purity seals are too big. Like I could put some, I guess, there, but they're kind of a bit big for turn on the floor. Beastmen rework happened during the last DLC of Warhammer 2. If I remember correctly, rework comes at the end of the life cycle of TW. Oh, okay. Hi, Conjuror, been sick for a while. Hi, Bats. I hope you're feeling better. You know, should we finish building the Contemptor? I think maybe that should be the case. Actually, no, I've got 2 other characters to build. Yeah, I've got 2 more things we can build. One of these wants to be a Justiciar, and the other one wants to be a Lieutenant. A Lieutenant, sorry. Lieutenant. I mean American. No. Back to the new boring status quo, but I've watched Hunter and Parenting and I'm interested in the White Wolf world of Darkness Law. Oh. A lot of what you just said completely went over my head, but I am happy for thee. Okay, well, let me go to my new recruit page. Don't forget to like the stream, new recruit. New recruit. Go down to Relic Battle Line. Okay, one of these guys is... Ooh, Storm Shield. Fafnir for Marshall. Tech Marine. Head Execution, Justiciar. Yeet. Justiciar is going to be the guy with a big old power axe. And the Volkite pistol is going to be this dude. Yeah. I need some 40mm bases for them. I should have a couple in here. That's one. And that's 2. Yeah. Okay, let's build the guy who wants a Storm Shield. Because we can equip him with one of the spare Terminator Storm Shields I've got. That would be pretty cool. I love that power sword though. My gosh, look at how cool that is. Vampires and werewolves in the real world. There's a lot of interesting lore there. Oh. I really like a mod for CK3 in World of Darkness setting. Ooh. Oh, it's a new show by the cast from TTS, but it's set in World of Darkness RPG series. Oh, the Vampire the Masquerade. Oh, I like Vampire the Masquerade. Don't need to play any of the games. It's very cool. I've been playing Vampire the Masquerade since 2001. Ooh. Is there a helmet in here, or does he just have a head? There is a helmet. Oh, but it's a Mark 6 beaky helmet. Well, we can find a different head for him. Ugh, that shoulder pad looks like a Nurgle shoulder pad. We're definitely not going to use that shoulder pad if we can avoid it. We can't have the lieutenant not wearing a helmet. There we go. You feel old. You feel old. I remember watching a Let's Play of, I think it was Little Karibo as Marik playing Bloodlines. That was like my first introduction to it. I think they used the song, "The world is a vampire. You know, no, 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 no. Build a drain. Secret destroyer. No, 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 no." Oh gosh. It looks like such a goofy game, but it's also great. That's like a cult classic game though, isn't it? Vampire Bloodlines. The Masquerade. No, 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 no. I learned the 5th edition of Masquerade TTRPG and even once tried to GM one campaign. Did it poorly, but it was fun. Oh, GMing is hard though. You gotta play the game. You gotta play it well. Little schools. Oh, there's a little school. I want little schools. I'm gonna get some little schools. Like, he's got some little schools hanging off this thing. Tiny, tiny little schools. And they're too tiny to even be baby skulls. They must be like decoration. Like just molded from gold or something. There we go. Yes, it's exhausting for the most part. I don't know. But the thing, it's very, what's it called? Hits at your confidence quite a lot when you're trying to do GMing. I've only tried GMing like D&D a little bit. Whoa, look at that lanky leg. Look at that long lanky leg. And then we go after the other long, lanky leg. Oh, he's got a little rock on his base. He's got a tactical rock. He's
But
so
back
cool.
to the topic. What other faction will be in 40k DLC, and what will it be paired with?
Tyranids and who would be best paired with salamanders? Oh, salamander DLC that has Tyranids. Actually, salamanders would be a terrible DLC. Okay, Black Templar DLC with Tyranids. Bringing in the Redeemer, the Crusader, and the Infernus Marines. As well as, you know, the Pyre Blasters, the Crusader squads. But they bring in all this cool stuff, but at the same time, some of it's for like everybody, like the Land Raider Redeemer and the Land Raider Crusader. But they're like both of them are like very anti-Tyranid vehicles. It's just like, it's like the main space, I say Imperial chapter, do you know that's very anti-Tyranid? Because the Salamanders just, they're Codex compliant for the most part, so they're kind of a bad DLC. And without Vulcan, there's not really a lot to add with them other than the... I mean, you could bring them in with the Infernus Marines and the Redeemer and stuff. But I feel like making that a Black Templar thing at the same time would be perfectly a-okay. Also, I think it's hard to know. The Eldar and Dark Eldar, and no, the Harlequins of a Dark Eldar would be a really good DLC to come together. But Eldar and like one of the Chaos Spacemen, like the Thousand Suns, would be really good DLC to bring in. Actually, that would be really cool if like the DLC comes with like an update of the game that adds in psychic powers, and it brings in the Thousand Suns, and also so that would have to be an early DLC before any of the other psychic things like Grey Knights and Tyranids come in. And with it, all of the other factions already in the game unlock their psychic units, such as Weird Boys, Imperial Psyker, Librarian, things like that. Tyranid, let's put a high fleet plus Salamanders, who'll be the third one. Not the easiest to convert this model. Imagine the Astra Militarum coming with a Genestealer cult. Works for the devs since Genestealers use a lot of Astra Militarum units. I think the Genestealer cults will come as a DLC, and Leagues of Photon, if they're not already in the game, will come with the Genestealer cults, because both of them are like mining factions at the moment. And underground a lot. Although the Genestealer cults would use a lot of reused assets of the Astra Militarum who would already be in the game at that point. Wouldn't Harlequins v Thousand Suns be a logical choice due to Alaman? Maybe. Maybe that would be the more logical choice. I was just thinking about, like, you could have a Psyker update that comes with the DLC. and Eldar feel like a very good faction to bring in general with that. Maybe it'll bring three factions in. Maybe it'll bring in the Harlequins, the Eldari, and Alaman. Imagine a map editor like Warcraft 3. I don't think we'd get a map editor. Unfortunately. Or maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to know what CA will do at any time. They're a very weird company. I totally forgot about the Eldari. We can't launch a new Total War game and not put Space Elves in the beginning. I mean, we don't need it to have only 4 starting factions. I think it would actually be very poor form to only have 4 starting factions. It would be very weird to do, personally. That's actually a really cool design here. You got this line going along there and this little weird archy pattern there. But that's because when you glue this in, it's got that, it will have the exact same line on it. And the exact same arch pattern, so by just mirroring it onto the other side, makes it look really cool. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have put the backpack on immediately. Well, it doesn't matter. Well, let's look for some shoulder pads. Because I don't like the shoulder pads that comes with it. Let me steal one of these storm shields. Those Ultand and elves were introduced in Total War 2. I think the elves were introduced in Total War 2. With the Ulfran and stuff. But I think if we were making a 40k Total War game, it would be very difficult to have not that many factions at the start. Simply because it will just feel so empty, especially compared to Total War 3. It'll be hard not to make that sort of direct comparison. Okay, let's find a helmet here that we could like. This one? Nah, that's just generic Primaris. Let's try finding some sort of cool helmet. Oh, actually, I've got something. Some boxes arrived the other day. And they had a lot of heads in from the new Dino Space Marine headsets. Yeah. I've got... Where are they? Oh. Here we go, new Space Marine heads. Let's use this Blade Guard head. That will be really cool and very fitting with him. Oh yeah, biggest competitor for CA for own previous game. Oh, so you've got for things like the new Dawn of War game. which has Mechanicus, which has a bunch of stuff in it, and for the other Dawn of War games. But you can get like all of the DLC pretty cheaply. On top of this, there's just so many factions for Warhammer. It's kind of not even funny. Like Warhammer 40k, so many factions, so many units. If we're going to release something like that, it feels like we'd have to have a lot of initial work. I feel like this is meant to be put on first. As it was for fantasy, but they did a good job mostly. For fantasy, as I said earlier, I think fantasy they did well with because it was such a novel thing. There weren't many fantasy games before it. It was basically the only Total War style game for fantasy. So the expectations weren't that high. And they could get away with, you know, not having a lot of stuff at the start of the game. Oh no. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna have to completely take this guy apart now and undo all my work I just did. So it's... Also, the fantasy play group is a lot more niche. I say play group. The fantasy fans are a lot more niche than the 40k fans are. And as a result, expectations generally wouldn't be as high for fantasy fans as they would be for 40k fans. And you know how high the expectations are right now for Warhammer Total War 3 because of its popularity and success. Warhammer 40k would have instantly more popularity, instantly more eyes upon it. It will instantly have a much more global impact. There's effectively no room for them to... Okay, the head looks a bit weird on this body. Oh no, maybe we can make it work. Although, do we want the screamy helmet? I like the screamy helmets. No, it works. It works. Yeah. I mean, they do have a bit more of a basis to work with. But that being said, Warhammer 3 is a massively spaghetti code game. But they do have like the assets of the orcs that they can be quite easily translated over. They could probably get away with using some of the ogre assets for some of the ogrins. They couldn't get away with that too much, but they could definitely get away with it a little bit. What do I want now? I want some shoulder pads. Where's my shoulder pads? But yeah, so they'd have to definitely hit the ground running with 40k. I got some of these resin shoulder pads. I was accidentally sent. I want to name a Sigmar game so bad. Best be getting his Vampire Survivor clone tagged along with 40k. No, you've already got an Age of Sigmar game. It's out. Called Mortal Realms or something like that, isn't it? I kept seeing advertisements for it for a while. Just like go on the Steam page. "40K is a way more polarized community and way more demanding. For a game to succeed, they need to target a wider audience and not just try to please 40K fans." Maybe. But I feel like the wider audience of 40K, CA has never been good at targeting a wider audience, if I'm going to be entirely honest with you. It's like even for... Yeah, that's not fitting onto there. It's fine. We'll just get a different cape out. And use that cape for something else. I found a game called Trench Crusade that's like 40K in the Grimdark, but it's set on Earth and a gate to hell has opened up. Yeah, I've seen things for Trench Crusade. It actually looks like one of the plastic miniatures that they released on the channel in another hand cam. It looks okay. Kind of not a fan of the setting, honestly. There's two Age of Sigmar games, the Realms of Ruin and Storm. Yeah, Realms of Ruin was the one I've seen. Trench Crusade models are very cool. Yeah, some of them are cool. I'm not a big fan of a lot of the models, though. I can see why people like it. I don't think it's my cup of tea for the most part. Okay, so here he is. There he goes. Make sure that's stuck on. He's looking pretty cool. I like him. I want to stick this storm shield onto him somewhere though. Okay, storm shields are not fitting around that shoulder pad. I'd attach it to his waist. Maybe to this hand. Or to his back. To his back could also work. If Inquisition was based in Victoria, England, didn't the Inquisitors originally come from like Spain? And then you end up having like basically copies of them all across the globe after that. I say all across the globe. In various places in Europe. And then even in America at some point. With a Spanish ink, no one expects a Spanish Inquisition. Yeah, I think maybe I can just attach it to a Falkite pistol. I think that would be cool. They are grotesque. Yeah. Oh my gosh. As much as I love the Cataphractii Terminators, seeing the size difference between them and just the models that even come in the box set that they came in, the Age of Darkness box set, is just absolutely insane. Like, this guy is basically like Primaris scale. My gosh, how... Compared to a Primaris Marine here, they're basically the same size. Primaris Marine is a little bigger. Compare him to the Terminator though, and yeah, the Terminator feels so small next to him. It's not surprising that when I first looked at this kit, I thought that one of the dudes was in Terminator armor. He wasn't. French Crusade is almost grim dumb for me. Yeah, it's not quite grim dumb. I just don't like the fact that it's set in kind of like semi-real history. On such a large scale. Like, I do like stuff that's like historically inspired. Like Black Butler. I absolutely adore Black Butler. I guess that's not going to be a surprise to many people. But I don't know. But that's generally more when it's character based. But when you're starting to like follow around entire armies and alternate histories, I generally like it when it's an alternate history, but it's like 300-400 years after something else happened. And as a result, it feels massively... I mean, French Crusade doesn't feel that far away in some regards. I've only seen little bits of it. Yeah, for people, and as far as I'm aware, it's like, I know that the creators of Trench Crusade were upset about how some people were, you know, looking at it, and they basically made some very strong statements saying, hey, if that's the way you want to view this game, we kind of don't want you here. Nah. I mean, I've not looked at Trench Crusade enough to really say if I like it or don't like it. I've just struggled to get past that initial hurdle of wanting to look at it further. I think partially because I just don't want another model game to get into, and because it's all 3D printed, I don't really like messing with resin and 3D printed stuff too much. There we go. There you go. French Crusade is like deviated around the First Crusade, and they are at World War I. Yeah. They did release plastic kits. Yeah, I did see one of the plastic kits. The Prussian ones. Which were pretty okay looking. I mean, they're pretty nice looking. It's just there wasn't much in the kit in terms of do you know, changing what was in the kit. Like model options and stuff. I think there was one alternative build. I don't really like when kits do that. Like whenever Games Workshop does that, I'm like, Like as much as I love Infernus Marines, at least in idea, I do dislike the fact that the Infernus Marines are push fit with barely any options on them. I think there's like 2 options in the entire kit. And then trying to convert them is quite difficult. Thankfully, I'm trying to convert them into Black Templars, so I can always take my spare Pyroblasters and just give it to some Infernus Marines or some normal Marines. And it gives me a lot of ability to, you know, convert Kit Bash them. I wish Western companies would just copy Bandai and have better sprues. What does Bandai sprues do? Are they the ones where it's rounded and they like connect at much smaller points? Because Games Workshop does actually have a few sprues where they do that, it's just not many. To be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of those sprues. There we go. I can't remember why Games Workshop does sprues the way they do. I know that there was like a reason for it. I think one of it's to do with like the level of detail we want to get into the model kits. Combined with the cost, production cost and mold making cost. There we go. Eat, thank you. I would like to say that companies generally won't make decisions that aren't going to be, you know, for the better of the company. But there's so many companies that do, and thanks for the drink. Can you say it again? I was asking what type of sprues that Bandai have, if it were those rounded ones where it like has smaller connection points. Because some of the Games Workshop sprues are like that, but it's only like a handful of them. Where's my other... Oh, there they are, on my lap, stabbing me. I was looking for these clippers and they're just literally stabbing me. I'm like, where are they? I'm British. I'm used to getting stabbed too much, you know. You get stabbed once, you don't really feel it after that. You get cut up once, you don't really feel it after that. But yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking this would be like a good executioner axe for Judicia. Down. There we go. But what do you think? What do other people think are going to be the new game, the new stuff announced for Total War though? That's how it attaches. That's me. I apologize. I think if GW managed to do Bandai level model injection and sprue kit bashing would be a dream come true. For all we know, Bandai's like got a weird trademark on it, a copyright, a patent on the way they do sprues. I think I heard there's a reason why Games Workshop do the types of sprues that they do, but I'm not actually sure what that reason would exactly be. Just that apparently there is a reason. I imagine it's probably just due to the costs involved and the level of detail we want to get. I'm not sure what other things, because Bandai does Gunpla, right? I'm not sure what other things Bandai does. Like if they do sprues for like character models, people, rather than just robots. And Armored Car, Anime Girl plastic kit. Oh yeah, I think one of my I have like these drawing models that I bought that came as like a plastic kit, like one man, one girl. And I think that they might have been a Bandai thing. But I don't like the models that Bandai make outside of, you know, first. I don't know. I don't know how detailed they get and how small the detailed models are. And Pokemon. Pokemon has models. I'd have to look up what the Bandai sprues are like. I imagine there's probably a reason. But that being said, companies don't always make good choices, do they? There's not always a good reason for something to be one way and not another. Okay, let's find another head. It has to be a Judicia. I think an angry marine head. So let's go for an angry marine. Relatively elite angry marine. So angry marine is doing for ones with screaming faces. Yeah, I think angry marine with a big old crazy thing. Oh yeah. There we go. It kind of looks like the Templar cross on his forehead. Maybe this time we could try going for the correct shoulder pads. Yeah, we'll try it. Try going for the correct shoulder pads. And fit the correct coat around him. Yeah, this was the guy that I thought was a Terminator when I first saw the model. Like, it's just such a big and bulky model for a normal Space Marine. Very nice model. But like, so far, look at how bulky he is compared to a Terminator. You'd think he was in Terminator armor next to him. Especially when he's not got his helmet on, so you can't tell that he's not wearing like a Terminator-inspired helmet. Oh gosh, now that's a terrible spool connection. Really, really thick connection there to the wing, to the cape. Oh gosh, I just realised I don't have this belly plate on. It's got a big old belly plate that needs to be covered. Okay, this cape is incredibly complex. It's got so many different pieces that want to connect to it. Ugh. Okay, whatever, we'll just take the hand off. Wait, this does go there, no. I get... Or is it the other way around? It can't be the other way around. Like that, no. Oh wait, does this go up the side? It goes up the side, doesn't it? Yes. Oh wait, do you have side leg things? And I just knocked that off. Well, I can glue it back on later. If these go up the side. Yay! Extra armor plating. And I need to find your spoon. Where did I put it? Oh, it's here. Let's look at the... Okay, yeah, he does have little side panel things. Okay. We'll go with this side panel and this side panel. Oh, there's a little bit of his cape as well. Oh, Termi's built. Oh, Termi's built. Well, are 10 of the Cataphracti Terminators built? Other Terminators, Yeah. And they're very, very tiny. I could definitely see why they needed a upgrade. Like, they came in the same kit. Just let this is sticking to my finger and not to the piece I wanted to stick to. I don't even think that's correct. Oh, that is definitely not correct. It goes here, here, here. Okay, that's definitely where it goes. Yeah, I'll show you. This guy, it came in the exact same kit as this guy. This guy is not in Terminator armor. But will they be, never. Painting, we don't mention painting on this channel. Painting, never heard of her. Painter, I've never heard of her. There we go. You go like, it could be like this direction. No, it definitely would have been that direction. It would definitely be like this. Yeah. And over here. Painting. No! Hi, Genius Dexter. How you doing? There we go. Put the little side panels on him, which we didn't get to. I like how when I'm building these two, because I'm not following the instructions, I keep having to take them apart. I'm fine. How are you? I'm also fine-ish. Fine-ish. There we go. He's got his storm shield again, and under his pistol. You think you're going to get hit in the face with a shield, so you defend yourself from it. Then Volkite blast. Words. Volkite blast. To the face, it was a Volkite blast. It disgrace, it's a Volkite blast, you big mistake. Do 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 do. Do do no 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 no. Do no 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 no. No 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 no. What am I even doing? Where do these bits go? Instructions, tell me. I don't see the bit. Oh, show. I don't see the bit. That one. Oh, it's meant to go under the arm. Huh. Does not look like it should fit, but whatever. You're fine-ish. Oh. So that goes there. And I want this weird handy-pandy bit. Oh my gosh, these guys are so incredibly well armored. Incredibly detailed as well. And this goes under the other arm. So around here. Crazy. How's this even meant to fit? Oh my gosh, it doesn't want to fit at all. There we go. So he's meant to have these little panels under his arm. That was difficult to get to. Then you go like... That needs to be cut off. Knife, come here, I need you. There we go. I've got another weird bit of sprue here that needs to be clipped away. Okay, so this definitely goes. So this is like that. This definitely somehow goes. Like, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Knife. Just trim this thing down here. Oh, like that. Okay, so that goes like that. Now I just need to take it apart and glue. Oh my gosh, these capes are oddly complex. Who knew making a cloak would be so difficult? And the next long piece is over here. Make sure that knife doesn't roll and stab me in the leg. One thing I don't like about that knife, it doesn't have like a thing on the side of it to stop it rolling. Okay, so this piece should neatly go onto, you would imagine, oh, there. Okay, so it goes on like, there we go. There we go. Now that's cool. There we go. Oops. This is why I should have been paying more attention to the instructions. Because this wants to connect to one of the pieces we just glued to it. Okay, so 19 goes with the piece that we just put on. Exactly where. Oh, it goes here. Or does it? Maybe it doesn't. $20. We got that. And this wants to connect into here. Like what? No. It wants this piece to go like that. Or maybe it's like that. Oh gosh, my fingies are too big for this. Yeah, okay, I think it's wants to connect to this piece here somehow. Like there. I think that's how it wants to go on. And then that wants to... Not that you can even see it very well. Connect like this. And then that's not lining up well there, so bring the knife in. That wants to go there, connect here. Go like that. There we go. And then I want this tiny piece here and this corner to go and attach in the exact same corner. Well, actually I'm going to do the piece. And see where it is. Wants to slide in like this, maybe? No. CA confirmed Bretonia will get a paid DLC. Fans declared bankrupt. Wait, is this true? Fans is bankrupt. Okay, but was it true that they confirmed that Bretonia's not getting a DLC? Because sometimes you come in and say stuff. I don't know if it's true. It's true, sent proof in a DM. Okay, how much would it take to bribe CA to make a Bretonia DLC? I'm sure if we work together, we could get to Bretonia DLC. We are cool enough with the Cupcake Legion. We'll do a GoFundMe. Nobody likes Betonia. Oh! Erland, you've said some very bad things in the past. Like no one likes Marines. But that's too much. No one likes Betonia. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Talan, shield your eyes. And ears. I like Betonias. They have horses and knights. It's true, they do have, and they have trebuchets. Trebu what? Trebuchet. Trebuchet. Say what? Trebu. Trebian. Well done. I like Betonia. I'm currently busy being smited by God. By the way, the proof you sent is literally just a Reddit post. I would kind of laugh and then delete you from life. That includes if it's a Reddit post that links to an actual page. It's not a Reddit post, you can literally check. I could, but I could also just delete you from life. Just as expectations of Betonia, our goal is to eventually bring them up to standards of Warhammer 3 factions. In terms of how we would go about this, it would likely be a 3 faction update. I'd love to do some extra stuff for them too, but a DLC isn't on the cards at the moment. At the moment, Talan, they could get one. Also, when we get to them, it's still to be figured out. As I know our vampire count fans are equally hoping for some improvements. I hope this clear. Vampire counts, I feel like, aren't... Actually, no. Betonia definitely are the ones feeling aged more than vampire counts. Vampire counts are still a powerful faction in terms of campaign. Multiplayer may be a different thing, but on the campaign map, vampire counts are pretty strong. And they're pretty fun to play. But Betonia, though, have things like the Pans, who needs just a full rework for her mechanics because her mechanics just don't make sense anymore. Vampire counts and Vampire Coast definitely need a rework. I feel like even by the end of Vampire Warhammer 1, they kind of needed a rework, to be honest, when it came to the coast. Not 2, not 1, 2. Warhammer Total War 2, they needed a rework. I just really want them to release a pirate DLC and the Satoza to stop being Vampire Coast. And at that point you can get a new Vampire Coast character with some other units, if there's any for the Vampire Coast to have. And I feel like they'll get an... I feel like if they released a pirate DLC, it would instead be not a pirate faction. Actually, no, pirate... Yeah, maybe a pirate faction. Satoza can become part of the New World colonies and have its own mechanics. And part of the DLC will introduce a new vampire, a DLC for Betonia pirate, a Norscan pirate, and a Tillian pirate. That'd be cool. Yeah, Vampire Coast are so old, they need a rework 2 years before being released. It's true. Vampire Coast kind of sucked on release. Well, there we go. We got 10 Terminators done. All the pirates' potential lords and units already in the game. So Torsa and Wolfric are the only human pirates that don't know necromancy. No, there are other pirates, I believe. Like, there's definitely other Norscan Raider pirates. There's definitely Empire pirates. Antillean ones. No, the beauty about fantasy right now is if Games Workshop decide they want to do a retcon of a retcon, they can just do that. But yeah, we built him. Yeah, this, you can imagine why when I first saw the other pictures of these models, I thought this guy was a Terminator because he's so much bigger than the Terminator. He's normal dude in power armor. He's so much bigger though than, like, look at him compared to a Mark 6 Space Marine. And he came in the same set as them. Compared to, like, Primaris Space Marine, he's bigger again. Compare it to a Saturnine Space Marine, he's so much bigger still. And then compare him to, like, the legs of a Contemptor Dreadnought. Look at just how much bigger he is. I'm joking, he's like... Next to a Contemptor Dread, he's still tiny. And next to a Saturnine, he is honestly not as small as you might expect. I really need to undercoat these things so they'll look nicer. I mean, you can still solo armies of Vampire Coast Lords. You can, but that's not really anything new. Bretonian Lords are absolutely insane. They're not as insane as they used to be, but they can still just tear apart enemy forces. It's like, remember when Rapance? We had Rapance and the hero just absolutely destroy Scarbrand and a bunch of his elite units and stuff. Like, they tore through them so easily. Any pirate lords they could bring back? Oh, Border Princess would be cool. Maybe not a pirate DLC. You could have like a DLC called On the Waves or something like that. Just another like sea themed DLC that gives the Empire, Tilia and Norska something. Doesn't have to be Norska, could be Bretonia. Like, you know, lords at sea and who are better, you know, at sea. I say Tilly, it could be Border Princess. Then at the same time, it comes with a rework that puts Sartosa into the not New World colonies, into the Southern Border Prince, Southern Realms. That's the one. And they could introduce a FOC Lord for the vampires. Bearded John is alive, human and not dead. Look, there's characters in the game at the moment that are meant to be dead in lore. In fact, a lot of characters in the game who died in lore. Just because they died doesn't mean you can't bring them in. I mean, Gorbad wasn't really properly seen for like 400 years before the setting of... Like, Gorbad Ironclaw, the last time anyone saw him was 400 years ago before the setting of Total War. Tormacan is dead in lore, like he died, and so is the hero of LSF. Or that came with LSF. Pretty much, like, Saul also is dead. Like, these aren't even characters that died in End Times. They died in lore. Actually, they died when they came out as models. Conrad is a vampire Count's character that could come out, and he was a character for ages in vampire counts, even though he was dead in lore, like properly dead even by vampire standards, because like even characters like Manfred didn't like him. The Pants and Gorbad are too cool to die. For Warhammer 3 setting, it's happening during a specific time. Your arguments are invalid. For Warhammer 3 set, look, a lot of the characters in the Warhammer 3 setting didn't canonically exist at the same time as one another. So we can definitely put these characters together if we really wanted to. Yeah, this dude's also pretty big, but he's a lot lankier than this dude. But yeah, this is going to be a Judiciar. And that's like a headman's axe in his hand. And this is just going to be a lieutenant with Volkite pistol and storm shield. Or lieutenant. Lieutenant, not lieutenant. Lieutenant is wrong. Americanisms, your mom didn't canonically exist at the same time as car fans. I mean, she did. She's existed longer than he has. Did you know Carl Franz has been around in Warhammer longer than he's been alive in you know, for Warhammer lore? Like, isn't like, if he was as old as when he was like the first character, like he was written or something, wouldn't he be like in his 40s? And I think he's like in his 30s or something in the game. Like in lore. Oh, and Hammerhand, oh gosh, Harold Harrison, Hammerman, whatever his name is, with the original Warhammer. Oh gosh, it's so silly. But yeah, but these Terminator dudes are a bit on the small side. I'm thinking maybe when the Cataphracti come, I won't get them immediately, probably not. I might eventually get some just so we can compare them. And just like compare them like how well they went together. Because these guys are really quick and nice to build in terms of just if we want to get the models built quickly. But for it's disappointing in terms of Heresy standards because you generally expect for Heresy either to have a really posable model, like a lot of Heresy models are, or you expect extremely high detail. Like these guys, you can't pose them much, but they're extraordinarily high detail models. Like these are beautiful models in terms of how much we've got going on. Ignore the cake. Like this guy, quite difficult to put together as a result, but also difficult to repose and model unless I start cutting bits off him. These guys, super posable, absolutely love them. Like, look at him now down. The Contemptor Dreadnought, like, look what we can do with his legs. I got this one kind of kneeling. I like the one that is pointing, this one. I had to give him a power fist to get him to point and not a lightning claw, but I don't think anyone will mind. I don't think it really matters, since he's still got one lightning claw. He is meant to just have two lightning claws. I just liked the idea of him pointing. But yeah, it's just comical that these two came in the same set as one another. Like, a guy in power armor should not be so much bigger than a guy in Terminator armor, and it's comical that they came in the same set. I mean, these two also came in the same set. And while this guy's still small for a Terminator in comparison to him, at least it's not as egregious as this. Oh my goodness. 5-way seer confirmed that Ind and Converge are never an option. No, that's, yeah, they never confirmed that. No, any evidence you show is just lies. Either you're lying or they're lying. It's Kurge and Ind are coming. They come in. Look, look. If I win the lottery or something, CA, if you're listening and I win the lottery, I'll give you all the winnings. If it means getting cursed. Officially. Oh, gosh. Everyone is lying except Conjuror, who's either correct or lying for fun. No, I'm always correct. Kurj is coming. Don't listen to them. Don't listen, Kurj. Karesh, sorry, Karesh. That dude pointing is the best. He is the best. Look at him poke, 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 poke. Poke, 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 poke. Poke, poke. He just needs a big hug. Big hug. Oh, and body slam. And another big hug. Oh, he's just gently hugging me. Gently hugging. There we go. Oh, what do we think of this claw though? Does that look too out of place? Yeah, I'm definitely going to get some liquid green stuff on it at the very least. Just to make it feel like it's more of a model. Also, I like how he's only got 3 fingers on this hand and 4 on that hand. Look, that hand was drawn by a Simpsons animator or some other cartoon animator. But thank you everyone for coming to the stream today. If you've not liked the stream, please do, because it does help me out. Big love hearts to you. Oh my gosh, I went well over time. It's 8:10. That's insane. So thanks for coming to the stream. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Remember to work hard but play harder. Eat good food. Sleep well. Take care of yourself. Be kind to others and vice versa. Remember to dream of cupcakes, but don't eat for cupcakes. They're friends, not food. Big love hearts. That was a terrible love heart. There you go. Yeah. And ending the stream. Love you all.